Chapter 263. Duan Lingtian noticed that around the area where the crooked tree pierced into, the area within a radius of 2 to 3 meters revealed traces of moisture, which was different from the cliffs in other places. Moreover, the color of the cliffs in this area was also slightly darker than the cliffs in other places. If one didn't carefully observe, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Hiss hiss, the little python's voice came from behind the cliff, passing through the 2 small holes they pierced, and seemed to be urging Duan Lingtian to quickly enter. You 2 little fellows wouldn't be thinking of making me follow you and crash in, right? A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He lowered his head and glanced at the bottomless abyss under the crooked tree, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud bang sounded out, and the sound of collision came from the inside of the cliff. The sound of collision was heavy and powerful. Duan Lingtian knew that this commotion was surely caused by the 2 little fellows. Just when he was curious about what the 2 little fellows wanted to do, he instead noticed that the cliff in front of him actually cracked open, and numerous cracks spread out and extended. In the blink of an eye, these cracks seemed to have transformed into a spider web, enveloping half of the cliff. Could it be? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up, and at the same time he shouted in a low voice, "Blackie, Whitey, move aside." Hiss hiss, the sound of the 2 little fellows flicking their tongues grew further and further away. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his right hand formed into a fist, and his fist was suffused with origin energy. Above his head, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, floating in the air, ready to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian moved. His right arm abruptly pulled back, as if it was pulled into half a bow. In the next moment, a perfectly straight punch seemed to have transformed into a cannonball, fiercely smashing towards the cliff in front of him. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion sounded out. The cliff that already had countless cracks was smashed into pieces by Duan Lingtian's punch. Rocks and stone fragments swirled in the air as they fell into the bottomless abyss, and not even the slightest sound of landing could be heard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the scene behind the cliff. However, the shaking beneath his feet caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change greatly, and his heartbeat quickened. At this moment, he was truly worried that he would fall into the bottomless abyss along with the crooked tree. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the swaying crooked tree calmed down and persevered. He's really playing with my heart. I almost had a heart attack. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. However, when his gaze returned to the space behind the shattered cliff once more, he seemed to have forgotten the fear he felt just now, and his face was filled with excitement. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian exerted a little force with his feet, and as if he had turned into a spirit snake, he swept into the space behind the cliff. Behind the cliff, there was indeed another world. It was a naturally formed cave passageway. If the 2 little pythons hadn't found this cave, even the Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak wouldn't have been able to find it, let alone him. Ferocious beasts, in some aspects, were hard for humans to reach. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons turned into lightning and returned to Duan Lingtian's hands. They nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then wagged their tails and pointed inside the cave. You want me to go in and have a look? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little guys and smiled slightly. The 2 little guys hurriedly nodded like humans. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, slightly relaxed his tense nerves, and stepped into the cave passageway. Even if the little pythons hadn't reminded him, he would have gone deep into the cave. This place was very strange, and revealed mysteries everywhere, which made Duan Lingtian have a desire to explore it. This cave passageway was winding and winding. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered, he found that there was only darkness in front of him. However, this was not a problem. As Duan Lingtian ignited a wisp of elixir fire in his hands, the entire cave passageway suddenly became as bright as day, so that he could continue to move forward slowly. Hiss hiss, suddenly, the 2 little pythons coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands seemed to have sensed something, and became abnormally agitated. Duan Lingtian took a few more steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the two little pythons turned into two streaks of lightning, one black and one white, and darted forward. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate, and moved his body to follow. Spirit Serpent Body Technique. At the corner in front, Duan Lingtian discovered that the two little pythons had stopped. A pair of golden and a pair of silver eyes stared blankly into the distance. Duan Lingtian also looked over curiously. That is, Duan Lingtian saw that the end of the cave passageway in front of him was actually flickering with traces of gentle white light. Not only that, standing here, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel the rhythm of the elemental energy in his body. The elemental energy in his dantian seemed to have begun to boil. What is that place? Duan Lingtian had an astonished expression, then extinguished the pill fire in his hand. At this place, there was already no need for the illumination of flames. Duan Lingtian brought along the two little pythons and walked step by step towards the end of the cave passageway. That place belonged to the center of the belly of Migres Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian left the cave passageway and stepped into a space that was bright as day. Here, the air was slightly gloomy and cold, and when Duan Lingtian had just entered, he couldn't help but shiver. But, when he carefully sized up this place, he was completely dumbstruck. This space that was bright as day was around the size of an ordinary room. There was a natural pool in front of him, and within the pool was a pool of milky white liquid, drip. A clear sound entered his ears, and Duan Lingtian clearly saw a drop of milky white liquid fall into the pool, causing circles of ripples to spread out. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head and looked above him. A large expanse of stalactites appeared before his eyes. This stalactite, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and after a long while, he came to a sudden realization, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. This is 10,000-year stalactite, 10,000-year stalactite. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stalactite formed after 100 years could be used as medicine, but the effect was minimal. Stalactite formed after 1,000 years had extremely high effects, and could nourish elemental energy. To a certain extent, it could slightly increase one's martial talent. However, stalactite formed after 1,000 years was the best of the best. Once a 10,000-year stalactite was formed, its medicinal effect was even greater than 1,000-year stalactite. 10,000-year stalactite, even Samsara Emperor Wu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, had only encountered it once in his second lifetime. And it was precisely because of that one fortuitous encounter that allowed his martial talent to rise to an extremely monstrous level in his second lifetime, and the time he took to cultivate to the level of Emperor Wu was shortened by an entire half compared to his first lifetime. What did this mean? 10,000-year stalactite was able to increase one's natural talent in the martial Tao to a level that could be called monstrous. I'm rich, I'm rich. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. Never had he imagined that his luck would be so good. He'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and had only just arrived at Migres Peak, yet he'd already encountered this 10,000-year stalactite that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Moreover, that pool of 10,000-year stalactites' milk at least had, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he subconsciously looked towards the pool of milk in the pool. This glance caused his eyes to be on the verge of splitting apart. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his voice was filled with an ear-piercing roar, and he was slightly exasperated. Heavens! What did I see? The 2 little pythons were currently greedily sucking on the 10,000-year stalactite's milk, and in next to no time, half of the large pool of milk was eaten by them, an entire half. At the instant that Duan Lingtian looked over, the 2 little pythons had already flipped over in satisfaction, and they fell asleep while holding onto their bulging bellies. On their bodies, gold markings and silver markings flickered with a faint brilliance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he wished for nothing more than to dig out the 10,000-year stalactite's milk within the bellies of these 2 little fellows, so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk was swallowed by them in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian walked over and took out over 10 unused medicinal pill bottles, then he put the remaining 10,000-year stalactite's milk into them. After he swept everything clean, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the 10,000-year stalactite's milk above him. But he noticed that the 10,000-year stalactite's milk hadn't dripped down for a long time. According to this speed, this 10,000-year stalactite's milk will probably only drip down a single drop every few months, Duan Lingtian guessed. These two little fellows swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk, and it can be considered to be a great fortune. I wonder what they'll become in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the two little pythons that had fallen asleep while holding onto their bellies, and he thought in his heart and was filled with curiosity. The two little pythons were both mutated fierce beasts, and their natural talent was extraordinary, not inferior to the little gold mouse that was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Now, they'd swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk that could improve their natural talent, and they would surely be even more heaven-defying in the future. Although this place is cold, the spirit energy is oppressive. It's a good place to cultivate. Duan Lingtian found a stone platform at the side of the cave and sat on it. His eyes narrowed as he circulated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques WIRM Python form. Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the origin energy within his Dantian started to boil along with this place, and when he cultivated, his advancement was incomparably swift. Even the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak, the place with the most abundant spirit energy, might not be able to compare to this place. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I never imagined that there's actually such a place on the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. This stalactite cave has already been formed for 10,000 years, and is even older than the history of the 7-star sword sect. The members of the 7-star sword sect obviously didn't notice this place, otherwise, the 10,000-year stalactite's milk would have been completely plundered long ago. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage had completely stabilized. I originally thought that I would need to spend at least 3 to 5 days to stabilize my cultivation, but I never imagined that it would be done in a single meditative cultivation within this 10,000-year stalactite cave. Chapter 264. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely shocked. If this place was discovered by the members of the 7-star sword sect, it would very likely be directly taken as a holy land. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he thought up to this point. The 7-star sword sect had been established here for a few thousand years, yet they didn't notice the abnormality of Migres Peak. Now, it was his turn. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pill bottle that was filled with the 10,000-year stalactite milk. He opened the bottle cap and directly drank it in one gulp. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a warm current fuse into his fleshly body, vital energy, blood, bones. It practically covered every corner of his entire body. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his body was comfortably warm, and the gloomy coldness of the stalactite cave didn't cause him to feel uncomfortable any longer. Continue. Duan Lingtian withdrew another pill bottle and swallowed the 10,000-year stalactite milk within. This time, the warm current converged from the 10,000-year stalactite milk once again covered Duan Lingtian's entire body. At the same time that the warmth on his body was even stronger, Duan Lingtian felt as if the pores on his entire body had opened up, and he felt indescribably carefree. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of foul air. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt his body was sticky, and when he lowered his head to look, he noticed that the impurities in his body had been discharged quite a bit, marrow cleansing. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone. He knew that his body had already been completely changed by the 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk. His current body could be considered to be the most suitable and perfect body for cultivation. My current body has already arrived at the limit of top natural talent. Duan Lingtian's body flickered with origin energy, and after removing all the impurities, he stretched his hands and feet and felt refreshed. So long as a certain amount of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was consumed, it would be able to completely change a person's physique and be reborn. The 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk allowed the Duan Lingtian to undergo a perfect rebirth. Even in the entire Cloud continent, no one could surpass his current natural talent in the martial Dao. Of course, the cloud continent was so vast that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine it. Or perhaps in some corner of the cloud continent, there was someone that had a fortuitous encounter similar to Duan Lingtian and had also encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Even so, it was impossible for the other party's talent to surpass Duan Lingtian's. At most, it was on par with Duan Lingtian's. Soon, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because he discovered that his hands were no longer the bronze color of the sun. Instead, they had become white with a tinge of red. Duan Lingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. His skin was so tender that it was even better than Ker's and little Fei's. My face, suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch his face. In next to no time, his face completely collapsed. He noticed that his face was now smooth like jade and could be broken with a flick of a finger. The thing he didn't want to happen the most had still happened. Now, he could already be considered to be a true pretty boy. I almost forgot, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, at the same time that the meridians and marrow are cleansed and reborn, the skin on the body will also return to the tender state of an infant. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. How would he go out and face others in the future? Although he was vexed, Duan Lingtian knew that what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't think any further and returned his attention to the 10,000-year stalactite milk he'd collected. The two little fellows have eaten half of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. I've collected the remaining half into 18 pill bottles. I've consumed 2 bottles, so there's still 16 bottles left. 16 bottles. 4 bottles must be given to Ker and little Fei, and I'll leave 2 bottles for Mother. As for that little gold, she'll probably need at least 8 or 9 bottles. In this way, it's more or less used up. Duan Lingtian sighed. There were too many monks and too little meat. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. Now that he cultivated, his advancement was an entire 2 times faster than before, and the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk were completely displayed. After a long time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes when he felt hungry. After withdrawing a suckling pig from a spatial ring and roasting it, Duan Lingtian burped. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 little pythons and knew that they wouldn't wake up in a short period of time, so he didn't disturb them. After changing into the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples' attire, Duan Lingtian walked out of the stalactite cave and once again arrived at the exit of the cliff. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the exit of the cliff. He noticed that the crooked tree at the exit of the cliff was precisely because of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and it had absorbed the nutrients that originated from the 10,000-year stalactite milk to survive. Moreover, it was far more tenacious than ordinary trees. After carefully inspecting the roots of the crooked tree and confirming that it wouldn't easily fall off the cliff, Duan Lingtian walked out of the cave at the side of the cliff and once again stepped onto the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, and what entered his eyes was an expanse of clouds and mist. Although there was a cave at the side of the cliff, he could imagine that unless a void stage expert intentionally approached it, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to notice the existence of this cave. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that someone would be able to find this place. However, Duan Lingtian still stayed on the crooked tree for a while, and only when his acute spiritual force didn't notice anyone on the peak of Migre's peak did he leap up and borrow the strength of the crooked tree to return to the peak of the mountain. I ought to have cultivated for an entire day and night. It's already the 2nd day now. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky, and noticed that the scorching sun was high up in the sky, and it was precisely noon now. He still remembered that when he arrived at the peak of Migre's peak yesterday, it was already past noon. I'll go look for Ker and little Fei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a warm smile. Although he hadn't seen the 2 little girls for a day, he still missed them in his heart. Duan Lingtian left the peak of Migre's peak. All the way down to arrive near the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian saw the other Migre's peak outer court disciples. Under the numerous astounded gazes, Duan Lingtian walked onto the chain bridge. As expected, waves of boos sounded out behind him. That kid's skin is simply whiter and more tender than a woman's. Where did this pretty boy come from? A pretty boy like this is able to pass our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test and become an outer court disciple of our Migres Peak. Could it be that our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test is relaxed now? Duan Lingtian's body slightly stiffened when he heard the waves of discussion that sounded out from behind him. Sure enough, it was as he'd thought. His skin after being reborn was sufficient to draw strange gazes from others. All along the way, similar gazes and similar discussions caused Duan Lingtian to be almost numb. Finally, Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the stone platform of the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The stone platforms of Dubhe Peak that led to the other 6 peaks were all at the same height. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian went around to another stone platform, but he was quickly bewildered. He seemed to not know which stone platform led to the Alcade Peak. Finally, Duan Lingtian locked onto an outer court disciple that was passing by. Senior brother, do you know which stone platform the chain bridge that leads to Alcade Peak is at? Duan Lingtian stopped the outer court disciple and lightly smiled as he asked. This outer court disciple was a young man around the age of 23 or 24, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he'd never seen a man with such good skin. Senior brother, do you know? Duan Lingtian frowned. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Finally, the outer court disciple reacted and pointed behind him. If you continue forward, the second stone platform leads to Alcade Peak, right when Duan Lingtian was about to thank the outer court disciple. The outer court disciple continued. But, junior brother, Alcade Peak only accepts female disciples. Although your skin is very, very good, you're still a man after all. However, you are a man after all, so Alcade Peak will not accept you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and his face darkened. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother, but I've never thought of joining Alcade Peak. I'm only going to look for someone. Ah. The outer court disciple laughed awkwardly when he heard this. Sorry, junior brother, I misunderstood you, I thought, but the outer court disciple hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that Duan Lingtian had already walked off into the distance. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, then muttered to himself. This junior brother's skin is white with a tinge of red. It's simply even more delicate than a woman's skin. If I can touch it, perhaps it would be even more comfortable than touching a woman. Duan Lingtian hadn't walked far when the outer court disciple's muttering sounded out by his ears. His body paused for a moment as he felt a wave of disgust, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more frequently. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his desire to turn around and beat up this outer court disciple, then walked towards the stone platform that led to Alcade Peak. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. On the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, 2 figures walked side by side, and their target was Migres Peak. Wuxia, you should have directly taught him a lesson yesterday. These were 2 outer court disciples, and one of the young men said to the person beside him. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize the person that spoke. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that had a conflict with him in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City a few days ago. The 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that walked together with Wuxia. Yesterday, I wanted to go look for you and senior brother Fan and tell you about this matter. After all, senior brother Fan wished for nothing more than to skin that kid alive. But who would have thought that senior brother Fan actually went on a long journey at the last moment? Wuxia shook his head and slowly said, if I knew earlier that senior brother Fan had left, I would have made that kid lose a layer of skin yesterday. As he finished speaking, Wuxia's eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. Alright, the important matter at hand is to find that kid. Migres Peak isn't big, but it isn't small either. If he has the intention to hide, then we're utterly unable to find him. A strand of fierce light flashed within the eyes of the other outer court disciple. Chapter 265. Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, and many female disciples walked towards him, and their gazes descended onto him. Moreover, he noticed that most of these gazes were filled with jealousy. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He really wanted to directly tell these female disciples, "I'm a man, what do all of you have to be jealous of?" Finally, Duan Lingtian endured extremely great pressure and arrived at the Alcade Peak stone platform. Behind the Alcade Peak stone platform was a vast building as well. This was exactly the same as Migres Peak. I presume the other 4 peaks ought to be similar as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. This is a male disciple, right? The heavens are blind. To allow a man to possess such good skin, how good would it be if his skin was on my body? Smooth like jade and can be broken with a flick of the finger. The skin that we women yearn for even in our dreams. Waves of discussions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused him to be unable to help but flee and directly enter Alcade Peak. As the saying goes, women are like tigers, and he could be considered to have completely experienced it today. But, after entering Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Only now did he recall that Alcade Peak was so huge, and him going to look for Kerr and little Fei like this was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack, enduring the gazes of admiration and jealousy from the Alcade Peak female disciples all along the way. Duan Lingtian could only ask along the way. "Senior sister, do you know where the outer court female disciples that had just arrived at Alcade Peak yesterday are staying?" "Senior sister, have you seen 2 female disciples that are together?" The new disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday and were brought to Alcade Peak by Elder Bai. "Senior sister, you," Duan Lingtian asked all along the way, but didn't have any clues, and a bitter smile instantly appeared on his face. "Those 2 junior sisters are really beautiful, no one in our Alcade Peak can compare to them. Not only our Alcade Peak, even in the entire 7-star sword sect, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a third woman that can compare to them in terms of appearance." However, Shi Yan doesn't seem to like them very much. She even asked them to move away. That Shi Yan is really something. Her 2 junior sisters don't even live in her canyon. They only live in the canyon next door. She actually wants to drive them away. It's not like you don't know that Shi Yan is famous for being jealous, and she always says that female disciples who are good-looking are seductresses, or something like that. According to me, it's she who's ugly and mentally warped, and she can't bear to see others doing well. If it wasn't for her brother being the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, she would have been taught a lesson countless times long ago. 2 beautiful women were discussing as they walked towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the 2 girls' words. There was a clue. "Senior sisters." Duan Lingtian stepped forward and greeted the 2 women with a smile. "Ah." The 2 women were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian, and their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Duan Lingtian's skin that was smooth like jade and seemed like it would break with a flick of a finger. "Junior brother, how do you usually take care of yourself? Can you teach senior sister?" "Yeah, junior brother, aren't you taking care of yourself too well?" The 2 women were attracted by Duan Lingtian's fair and tender skin that was tinged with rosy, and they asked in a familiar manner. They'd completely forgotten that it was the first time they'd seen Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face slightly stiffened, and he said embarrassedly, "Senior sisters, I was born this way. Actually, I didn't want to." The 2 women rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Junior brother, you have such good skin, we can't even be envious of it. Why do you seem to have an unwilling expression?" "Exactly, junior brother, you're too stimulating for us." What the 2 women said caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. He was a man. Why would a man want skin that was as smooth as jade and could be broken with a flick of a finger? "Senior sisters." Duan Lingtian didn't give the 2 women a chance to speak again, and hurriedly asked, "The 2 new female disciples that you mentioned just now, do you know where they live?" One of the women sized up Duan Lingtian. "Junior brother, although you're not bad looking, those 2 junior sisters are outstanding beauties. They might not take a fancy to you." "Yeah, junior brother, those kinds of beauties have high standards but low abilities. They might not pay attention to you." The other woman also said. Senior sisters, I know them. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to find the two little girls, he wouldn't be bothered to waste time here with these two female disciples. Why didn't you say so earlier? One of the female disciples shook her head, and then turned her head to look behind her. Keep walking down this mountain path, and turn right twice. You'll see a green stone tablet standing outside a canyon. Beside that canyon, there's a small canyon. The two junior sisters that you're looking for live inside. Why didn't you say so earlier? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this female disciple. Have you ever given me a chance? However, even though Duan Lingtian thought like this in his heart, he still thanked her, and searched all the way according to what the female disciple said. Finally, he saw the green stone tablet that the female disciple spoke of. This green stone tablet just happened to be standing outside a canyon, and there were 3 words carved on it. When he looked carefully, the words belongs to Shi Yan were carved on it. Shi Yan? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Only now did he recall that this Shi Yan was precisely the Alcade Peak female disciple that the two women mentioned in their conversation earlier. Moreover, that Shi Yan seemed to have bullied the 2 little girls of his family. Humph. Duan Lingtian coldly swept the canyon that Shi Yan lived in with his gaze. He took 2 steps forward and saw a small canyon that was overgrown with weeds. He knew that this ought to be the residence of the 2 little girls. Compared to the canyon that Shi Yan lived in, this place simply didn't seem like a place for people to live in. When he thought of how he would be able to see the 2 little girls soon, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he walked out in large strides into the canyon. However, he'd only just walked into the canyon when Duan Lingtian heard a wave of sharp voice that was like the cry of a crow. You 2 seductresses, didn't I tell the 2 of you to scram out of this canyon yesterday? The sharp voice was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, even he felt that he might have walked into the wrong place. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. However, at this moment, the smile on his face completely froze. Senior sister Shi Yan, this canyon of ours is separated from your canyon, and we don't interfere with each other. We've just arrived here, and it wasn't easy for us to find a residence like this. Can you not make things difficult for us? A voice that was like a silver bell sounded. It was Ker's voice. Duan Lingtian could hear that Ker's voice was mixed with a sense of grievance. It made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. Usually, he doted on and loved Ker. He held her in the palm of his hand, afraid that she would fall away, afraid that she would melt in his mouth. Now, there was actually someone who dared to make Ker feel wronged. Duan Lingtian's face was covered with a layer of cold frost, and his eyes flickered with a sharp light. He stood there as if he transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that was about to devour people. Don't interfere with each other. The sharp voice that was like a crow's voice sounded again, and it was mixed with a sneer. Seductress, let me tell you, even if you live here, you won't be able to disturb me. As long as I don't want you to live here, you can't live here. The owner of the sharp voice spoke in a domineering tone. Why? Another voice that was as pleasant as an oriole sounded, and it was mixed with a sense of anger. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was Li Fei's voice. Li Fei was obviously enraged. Why? The sharp voice that was like a crow sounded, and it was mixed with a sense of disdain. Since you asked why, then I'll tell you why. It's because I'm Shi Yan. You're so overbearing. Ker's voice was slightly anxious, but she didn't know how to refute the other party. That's right, Shi Yan, am overbearing, but so what? Who asked you 2 seductresses to be so loathsome? One look and I know that you're seductresses that seduce men. I, Shi Yan, hate people like you the most in my life. The sharp voice that was like a crow sounded again, and it was mixed with a trace of jealousy. You want to drive us away just because of this? The anger that was mixed with Li Fei's voice was somewhat difficult to restrain. Exactly, it's because of this that I don't like the 2 of you and want to drive you away. Let me tell you, even if the 2 of you leave this place and change to another place, If there's a day when I'm in a bad mood, I might even drive the two of you away from that place. Seeing seductresses like the two of you makes me feel disgusted. Shi Yan's sharp voice that was like a crow's was filled with extreme jealousy, and when it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to restrain himself any longer. His rage skyrocketed. I think, it's you who's the most disgusting. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique. It was as if he'd transformed into a spirit serpent, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed into the gorge. Presently, within the gorge, there was a woman with crooked features that let down the audience. She was arrogantly looking at two beautiful women that were as beautiful as flowers. Of the two beautiful women, the face of the woman that had a devilish figure and an angelic face was flushed red, and her autumn eyes contained anger that was difficult to restrain. The other woman, who looked delicate and pitiful, had a trace of anger on her face. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance became the center of attention for a moment. Who are you? Shi Yan turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. Her triangular eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as she asked in a sharp voice. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to Shi Yan. He completely treated Shi Yan as air, and walked towards the other two women in large strides. Scoundrel? Young master? When Li Fei and Ke saw the current Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be stunned. Traces of astonishment appeared on their beautiful faces. Although Duan Lingtian was still Duan Lingtian, and his appearance hadn't changed at all. However, the skin on Duan Lingtian's face and the skin on his hands that were exposed was spotlessly white like jade. There was a tinge of red within the white, and there wasn't the slightest difference from the skin of a baby. This caused Li Fei and Ke to be slightly stupefied. How did their man become like this? It had to be said that at this moment, even they couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy in their hearts. Chapter 266. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he naturally noticed the surprised gazes of the two little girls. What? You don't recognize me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, and his tone contained a sense of helplessness. He didn't want it to be like this as well. Only now did Li Fei and Ke recover from their shock, and they walked over to Duan Lingtian in large strides. Scoundrel, how did you become like this? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked with a curious expression. Yeah, young master, your skin is even fairer than mine and big sister Fei's. Ke spoke in all seriousness as well. Actually, amongst all the women Duan Lingtian had seen, only Princess Bai Yao and Xiaolan could compare to the skin of Li Fei and Ke. However, compared to his skin that had been reborn, it was still far inferior. After all, his skin was comparable to a baby now. After Duan Lingtian disregarded her, Shi Yan who stood at the side had an expression of disbelief. When did someone dare disregard her like this? Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian chatting happily with Li Fei and Ke, Shi Yan's features practically warped, and her sharp voice that was like a crow's had frightening coldness mixed within. Pretty boy, I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you? Shi Yan's voice forcefully interrupted the words Duan Lingtian was about to say to Li Fei and Ke, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but darken. But when his gaze touched Li Fei and Ke, it transformed into boundless gentleness. I forgot that there's a crow at the side disturbing us. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Li Fei and Ke before turning around to look at Shi Yan, and the gloominess on his face reappeared, and his eyes flickered with a frightening sheen. Crow. Hearing Duan Lingtian's description of Shi Yan, Li Fei and Ke were stunned. Then, they came back to their senses and burst into laughter. Their laughter was charming and charming. You dare to call me crow? Shi Yan was stunned as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disbelief. You just called me crow? Duan Lingtian frowned. Thinking of Shi Yan's threat to his two women, he didn't want to show any mercy to Shi Yan. Is there something wrong with your ears? However, your voice is like a crow's, but your looks are even worse than a crow's. His looks were even worse than a crow's? Shi Yan was completely dumbfounded. After a moment of absent-mindedness, her pair of triangular eyes flashed with a frightening luster. "Boy, do you know who I am?" She'd entered the 7-Star Sword sect for 2 years, and it was the first time someone dared to speak to her like this, and it was right in front of her. "Aren't you sure, Yen?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently, and his gaze was incomparably calm. "You know me? And you dare humiliate me?" Shi Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. "Humiliate you?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Shi Yen, and after laughing, his face sank as he said coldly, "I only said you're a crow, and that's humiliating you? You can't take it? Then why don't you think about what my woman was thinking when you humiliated her? Your women?" Shi Yan's gaze descended onto the 2 women by Duan Lingtian's side. "They're your women?" "Humph." Duan Lingtian's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Shi Yan with a cold and indifferent expression, yet he didn't intend to answer her. "In this way, you're one of the outer court disciples that entered the 7-Star Sword sect with them yesterday?" Shi Yan looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercingly cold light in her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. "So what if I am?" Duan Lingtian's voice was terrifyingly calm, and only those who were familiar with him would know that this was the calm before he went berserk. "Ha ha ha ha." Shi Yan started laughing loudly, and her distorted features seemed to be slightly ghastly and terrifying, and her pair of triangular eyes seemed to be telling of her warped heart. "Young master." Kerr timidly moved closer to Duan Lingtian, then extended her hand to hold on to Duan Lingtian's arm. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Kerr's hand, then lightly smiled to her and gave her a reassuring gaze. A trace of a light smile appeared on Kerr's nervous face when she saw this. Li Fei frowned and shuddered in her heart as she looked at Shi Yan, who was laughing heartily. Finally, Shi Yan stopped laughing, and her pair of triangular eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, an outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-Star Sword sect actually dares to be arrogant in front of me, Shi Yan. Although, I know that you want to show off in front of these 2 seductresses. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. Today, I, Shi Yan, will let you know who you can't afford to offend. Once you offend them, you'll have to pay a painful price for your entire life." Shi Yan took a step forward, her body emitted traces of coldness, and her cold triangular eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. "I'm extremely curious, when this pretty boy's cultivation is crippled, will these 2 seductresses still be willing to accompany by your side?" "Ha ha ha ha." As Shi Yan spoke, she started laughing loudly. It was as if she'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's cultivation being crippled by her, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead and deserted by everyone. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Now, he was finally able to understand what those 2 Alcade Peak female disciples said earlier. This Shi Yan was indeed prone to jealousy, and her mentality was warped, and she couldn't bear to see others being better than her. After living 2 lifetimes, it was still the first time he'd seen such a strange woman. It caused him to feel loathing from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threat. "You want to cripple my cultivation? I'm extremely curious, on what basis?" "On what basis?" Shi Yan sneered, and her pair of eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. "On the basis that I, Shi Yan, have a 7-Star Sword sect's #1 outer court disciple as my older brother." "Right, I forgot to tell you, once my older brother returns from his training outside this time, he'll be able to become an inner court disciple. I, Shi Yan, have a quasi-inner court disciple older brother. Even if I cripple your cultivation, so long as I don't kill you, the sect will surely take my older brother's face into consideration and exempt me from punishment. You're only an outer court disciple that has just entered the sect, and in front of me, your life is lowly like grass." A narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Shi Yan's hand, and origin energy flowed within it as it flickered with an icy cold sheen. Above her, 75 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he recognized Shi Yan's cultivation and the grade of the spirit weapon in her hand with a glance. "My life is lowly like grass." Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Yan with a slightly grim face, and his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. Do you really think that your life is so precious? It's surely more precious than your life. Shi Yan's voice was cold and indifferent, and her triangular eyes were suffused with an icy cold sheen as she leaned forward and instantly moved. Instantly, Shi Yan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The narrow sword in her hand whistled out, blossoming with tens of sword images, causing one to be unable to distinguish the real sword images. The sword images that covered the sky whistled as they descended, enveloping down towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the weeds in the area where she and Duan Lingtian were swept by a shapeless strong wind, and danced about. The shapeless strong wind spread out, blowing the seven-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian, and it fluttered in the wind. Humph. Duan Lingtian's face sank when faced with the sword images that covered the sky that Shi Yan executed. A cold light flashed within his eyes, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. This sword was precisely the possession of the Spectre Guard, Shui Yun. Shui Yun, the father of the former Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City Guard Army commander, Shui Lu. That day, for the sake of taking revenge for his son and grandson, he descended to the embroidered uniform guard's residence with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, in the end, he was still killed by the 2 half-step void stage old men by Duan Lingtian's side. This grade 7 spirit sword of his had fallen into Duan Lingtian's hands as well. Die! Shi Yan's sharp voice tore through the sky, and the sword images that covered the sky aimed towards Duan Lingtian's dantian as they whistled out, wanting to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian in one go. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Shi Yan was actually so ruthless. Duan Lingtian moved. His figure didn't move, but the hand that held the sword flashed out. Dazzling origin energy instantly skyrocketed and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword. At the same time, almost 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. 5th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Shi Yan's sharp voice sounded out once again, and mixed within was terror that arose from the bottom of her heart. Never had she imagined that an outer court disciple that looked to be around 20 years old, or even perhaps not even 20 years old, would actually have such a terrifying cultivation. She wanted to withdraw her hand and dodge, but it was too late. A trace of regret arose within her heart. You've been caught in a trap of your own making. Duan Lingtian sneered, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand whistled out, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls and a piercingly cold strong wind. Sword drawing arts. With only a single sword strike, Duan Lingtian found the location of Shi Yan's true sword strike from the sword images that covered the sky, and he moved to intercept it. Clang! The sound of collision sounded out. Duan Lingtian's strength of almost 90 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Shi Yan's strength of 75 ancient mammoths. Shi Yan's hand shook, the web between her thumb and index finger split open, dripping with fresh blood, and the narrow sword in her hand flew out. No! Shi Yan's pupils constricted when she saw Duan Lingtian's sword whistling towards her, and her voice contained terror mixed within. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the 3-foot-long blade finally avoided Shi Yan's body, flashing to the side. Shi Yan heaved a sigh of relief, and she gave Duan Lingtian a gaze that said, "At least you're sensible." But in the next moment, her face went pale once more. Because she noticed that even though this outer court disciple swung away the sword that stabbed towards her, his leg swept over once more, and it carried along a terrifying force that flashed straight towards her dantian. At the same time that Duan Lingtian kicked out, his gaze was icy cold. Didn't this Shi Yan want to cripple my cultivation? Now, I'll let her have a taste of having her cultivation crippled. No. No. Chapter 267. Bang! Shi Yan's body flew out like an arrow that left the bow before fiercely crashing onto the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Shi Yan's voice that was sharp like a crow emitted an ear-piercing and unpleasant shrill cry. Subsequently, she struggled to stand up, and her triangular eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as they emitted dense sorrow and hatred. You crippled my Dantian. You actually crippled my Dantian. I won't let you off, I won't let you off. After she finished speaking, Shi Yan held her Dantian, picked up her grade 7 spirit sword, and walked out of the gorge with large strides. Her facial features, which were already twisted together, were now completely twisted together. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threat, and killing intent arose in his heart. As far as he was concerned, even if he killed Shi Yan now, so long as he destroyed the corpse and destroyed the evidence, there would absolutely be no one that would suspect him and the two little girls. This Shi Yan was a 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. Whereas the 3 of them were Outer Court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday. In the eyes of others, it was impossible for the 3 of them to kill Shi Yan. But, right when Duan Lingtian took a step forward and intended to kill Shi Yan, Ker's hand that held onto his arm tightened slightly, and her pair of clear eyes that were like water looked at Duan Lingtian as she lightly shook her head. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and didn't make a move against Shi Yan in the end. Ker was still too kind. Shi Yan, your cultivation ground, I want it. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Yan's figure as his cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and it was incomparably overbearing. Shi Yan's body stopped when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, and her triangular eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. You'll regret it. Shi Yan's voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, and it was filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, as he'd heard similar vicious words too many times and had long since become numb to it. Let's go to your new home. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands, took the 2 girls' hands, and walked out of the canyon. Creak, creak, an abrupt voice sounded out as a fluffy little head stretched out from beneath Ker's sleeve, and it was precisely the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse looked at Ker, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure. Ker, did you offend Xiao Jin? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. In his impression, Ker had always doted on the little gold mouse the most. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to anger the little gold mouse. Scoundrel, little sister Ker didn't offend little Jean. It's little Jean who doesn't like Shi Yan and wants to help little sister Ker vent her anger, but little sister Ker doesn't let it do anything, so it's unhappy. Li Fei lightly smiled as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he glanced at the little gold mouse as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Little Jean doesn't know how to control its strength. If it kills that Shi Yan, then it'll cause a great calamity. Ker stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy body as she spoke in a light voice. Ker, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian shook his head, yet didn't continue speaking. Because he knew that Ker's character was like this, and unless someone aroused killing intent towards her and the people by her side, she would only be ruthless. Otherwise, just like before, she wouldn't easily choose to kill someone. The scale in Ker's heart was different from his. To him, killing all threats in the cradle was the right path. However, since Ker had stopped him earlier, he'd go with the flow and let Shi Yan go. At any rate, as far as he was concerned, even if that Shi Yan didn't die, she wouldn't be able to pose the slightest threat to him. After walking out of the gorge, Duan Lingtian once again saw the azure stone tablet. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he kicked out, and his origin energy exploded out. Bang! The stone tablet instantly shattered, transforming into a pile of shattered rocks. Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little girls to walk into the gorge that originally belonged to Shi Yan. Within the gorge, there was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, and besides that, there was a spacious wooden house. The environment here isn't bad. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a trace of a smile. That Shi Yan isn't very good looking, yet she knows how to live her life. Li Fei and Ker's beautiful eyes lit up with a trace of an excited sheen when they saw the environment within the gorge. Scoundrel, you still haven't told us how you became like this? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian noticed that Kerr had looked over as well, and her beautiful eyes were bright as snow. Obviously, the two little girls were extremely interested in the changes he'd undergone. Do the two of you want to become like me? Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he asked the two little girls. Yes. Li Fei and Kerr practically spoke in unison, and their eyes flickered with flowing lights of anticipation as they stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse lay on Kerr's shoulder and stared at Duan Lingtian with great interest. Little gold, what are you joining in on the fun for? Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand before casually throwing it to the ground at the side. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse lay on the ground and cried out twice at Duan Lingtian with dissatisfaction, then it leaped up and descended within Kerr's sleeve before sticking out its cute little head to stare straight at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't continue playing with the little gold mouse. With a raise of his hand, 4 medicinal pill bottles appeared in his hand, and he passed them to the two little girls. Kerr, Little Fei, each of you have 2 bottles and drink the contents within. After you drink it, both of you will become like me. The contents of the 4 medicinal pill bottles was precisely the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Li Fei and Kerr had unconditional trust towards Duan Lingtian, and after they received the medicinal pill bottles, they directly removed the stopper and swallowed the milk within. Squeak squeak, when the 2 young girls opened the medicinal pill bottles, the little gold mouse's jade green eyes abruptly lit up and flickered with a dazzling sheen. When it saw the 2 young girls drinking all the milk, it shook its head, and its eyes seemed to emit a trace of disappointment. In next to no time, Li Fei and Kerr's beautiful eyes couldn't help but focus. I feel my body is burning up. Li Fei's eyes lit up and she was slightly surprised. Me too. Kerr nodded as well. In next to no time, the 2 young girls noticed that the pores on their bodies had opened up, and many impurities were discharged from their pores, emitting a wave of fishy smell. This caused them to be astounded, and after they recovered from their shock, they hurriedly circulated their origin energy to remove these impurities. Young master, what did you give us to drink? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression. She could feel that her body was slightly lighter than before, and her entire body was comfortable and indescribably comfortable. This, Li Fei instead stared blankly at her pair of slender hands that were smooth like jade and incomparably white like jade. Little sister Kerr, I'm not dreaming, right? Kerr withdrew her gaze from Duan Lingtian and moved it onto Li Fei, then she looked at Li Fei's face and stared with her eyes wide open. Big sister Fei, you're so beautiful. Li Fei's beautiful face was already beautiful like an angel, and now that she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, her beauty had increased slightly, causing one to be unable to help but be immersed in it with a single glance and be unable to extricate themselves. Little sister Kerr, you've become even more beautiful as well. Li Fei's gaze was attracted by Kerr's beautiful face as well, as Kerr was just like her, as if she'd become a completely different person. In next to no time, the 2 young girls withdrew a mirror from their spatial rings, and when they saw their current appearances, delight suffused their faces. Everyone had the heart to love beauty. Not to mention the 2 young girls were already drop-dead gorgeous, and now that they'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, they were even more charming. A wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. These were his women. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse under Kerr's sleeve stuck its head out to stare at Duan Lingtian, and its jade green eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. What? You want it as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and the corners of his mouth held a smile as he asked. The little gold mouse nodded like a human, and its jade green eyes flashed with a trace of a fawning flowing light. When he saw the little gold mouse like this, Duan Lingtian didn't tease it any longer, and he withdrew a bottle of 10,000-year stalactite milk for the little gold mouse to drink. Unexpectedly, after the little gold mouse drank it, it instead looked at Duan Lingtian with a desire to continue. So long as you're obedient, I'll give you a bottle every once in a while. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse understood Duan Lingtian's words, and although it was slightly disappointed, it still cried out as it nodded, as if it was guaranteeing Duan Lingtian that it would surely be obedient. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was stingy, but he really didn't dare allow the little gold mouse to drink too much now. Otherwise, once the little gold mouse fell asleep like Little Black and Little White, he would be unable to continue protecting the two little girls. Duan Lingtian wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In his heart, the safety of the two little girls surpassed everything else. Although the two little girls had many offensive inscriptions he'd inscribed, those inscriptions had to be used in time to be effective, and if they were slightly late, then they would be doomed eternally. This caused him to be slightly worried. As far as he was concerned, it was safer to let the little gold mouse protect the two little girls. In next to no time, Li Fei and Ke finally recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the same time. "Scoundrel, what did you give us to drink?" Li Fei couldn't refrain herself from asking. As far as she was concerned, what had happened today was truly too miraculous, and it was simply like a dream. Ke looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression as well. "What the two of you drank is good stuff. 10,000-year stalactite milk." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. But unfortunately, the two little girls had utterly never heard of 10,000-year stalactite milk, so their expressions were still calm and didn't change in the slightest. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when it heard Duan Lingtian, and the gaze it shot at Duan Lingtian burned even hotter. "Little gold, could it be that you know what that 10,000-year stalactite milk is?" After Ke noticed the little gold mouse's reaction, she asked curiously. "Someone's coming." Before the little gold mouse could reply, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke out vigilantly, whereas, the little gold mouse leaped back into Ke's sleeve. Duan Lingtian stood by the side of the two little girls as he gazed out of the gorge. A few figures walked in with large strides. "Elder Bai, it's them. They joined forces to launch a sneak attack on me and crippled my Dantian." Chapter 268. When he heard this signature voice, Duan Lingtian didn't have to look to know who it was. Although he'd long since guessed that Shi Yan wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Shi Yan would return so quickly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the beautiful woman in the lead of the three people that walked in, as he recognized her with a single glance. It was precisely Elder Bai who'd led the group of new female disciples to Arcade Peak yesterday. Behind Elder Bai, Shi Yan had an exasperated expression, and her gaze of hatred converged onto him, as if she was about to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shi Yan, and his gaze descended onto the other person behind Elder Bai. This was a delicate and pretty female disciple around the age of 23 or 24. The gaze this female disciple shot at Shi Yan from time to time contained a trace of disgust mixed within. Obviously, Shi Yan didn't have a good relationship with the people on Arcade Peak. When Elder Bai and the delicate and pretty female disciples saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, their eyes flashed with a trace of an astonished sheen. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Looks like from today onwards, I have to bask in the sun more. I must tan my skin." As for the changes on Li Fei and Ke, they weren't very obvious. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be extremely difficult to notice the minute changes on them. "Elder Bai." Duan Lingtian looked at the beautiful woman and lightly nodded. Li Fei and Ke followed suit and greeted her. "I remember the two of you. You're the new disciples that followed me back to Arcade Peak yesterday." Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei and Ke, then she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. "Looking at your age, you ought to be less than 20, right?" "I'll be 20 in a while." Duan Lingtian nodded, and was slightly curious in his heart. Why is Elder Bai asking this? "You're also a new disciple that just entered the sect yesterday?" Elder Bai asked again. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Bai frowned, then turned around to look at Shi Yan behind her and asked indifferently. "Shi Yan, what actually happened? You said these three new disciples that just entered the sect joined forces to launch a sneak attack on you and crippled your Dantian?" As far as she was concerned, this was simply an unbelievable thing. Of these three new disciples, besides the young woman who was around 21 or 22 years old, the other young man and young woman, they seemed to be less than 20 years old. Just the three of them had the ability to launch a surprise attack on Shi Yan, who was at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Moreover, they even crippled Shi Yan's Dantian. She had a feeling that the matter was absolutely not as simple as Shi Yan said. Yes, Elder Bai. Elder to cripple my zestit lingto lingtian's twos to heavily injures crippled dantian's t, s crypt dantian t to, dantian alcade, t dantian t to steal, tt of s's ofs, you're talking nonsense. Kerr looked at Shi Yan, and she was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. Li Fei looked at Shi Yan with a gaze that contained icy coldness. She never imagined that Shi Yan would actually be so shameless and speak without thinking. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, as if all this wasn't related to him. Elder Bai noticed Duan Lingtian's composure as well, and she was slightly surprised in her heart as she asked. What do you say about this matter? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Elder Bai, what this Shi Yan said is only her side of the story, and there isn't any evidence. Elder Bai hadn't spoken when Shi Yan had already shouted with a stern voice. My Dantian that was crippled by you all is the best evidence. Your Dantian that was crippled by us? Duan Lingtian laughed. Who knows if you fell down while walking, then broke your own Dantian. What? You want to frame us because we've occupied your cultivation area? The beautiful female disciple behind Duan Lingtian had a smile in her beautiful eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she was amused by what Duan Lingtian said. Elder Bai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then spoke once more with a tone that contained a sense of seriousness mixed within. Shi Yan, think clearly before you speak. If I find out that you deceived me, then I'll expel you from Alcade Peak right away. Shi Yan's face went grim when she heard this, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and finally spoke the truth of the matter. After they finished listening to Shi Yan, Elder Bai and the beautiful female disciple behind her were stunned, and their gazes simultaneously descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their eyes revealed slight astonishment. They never imagined that the strength of this new disciple that had just entered the sect was actually able to firmly suppress Shi Yan. In other words, he was at least a 4th-level origin core martial artist. Almost 20 years old, 4th-level origin core martial artist. Even if placed in the 7-star sword sect, such natural talent was extremely rare. In next to no time, Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Shi Yan, and a strand of coldness flashed within her eyes. Shi Yan, you actually dared lie in front of me with the intention of framing another. How should you be punished? Shi Yan's face was ghastly pale, and she gritted her teeth. Elder Bai, Shi Yan knows her crime. But he crippled my Dantian, isn't his crime even greater? I ask Elder Bai to give Shi Yan justice and cripple his Dantian as well. Elder Bai's face sank. Shi Yan, in the past, I heard the disciples of the peak say that you're vicious. Today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. Let me ask you, did the two of them staying in that empty small gorge affect you? Shi Yan shook her head. Since they didn't, then why did you expel them? Could it be that it's like what the disciples of the peak said, so long as it's a female disciple with good looks, you're jealous of them from the bottom of your heart? As she finished speaking, cold lights flashed within Elder Bai's beautiful eyes. Shi Yan's body lightly trembled, and her eyes emitted a vicious sheen as it descended onto the two girls by Duan Lingtian's side. On what basis? On what basis are they so beautiful like flowers when they were born? Whereas I was born with such an appearance. On what basis? Elder Bai's face was livid as she looked at Shi Yan, who seemed to have gone mad, and she shouted out an order. Zhua Qing, I don't want to see her on Alcade Peak again. Elder Bai's order was obviously to expel Shi Yan from the 7-star sword sect. No. Elder Bai, no. Shi Yan's face went gloomy. Yes, master. The delicate and pretty girl behind Elder Bai nodded, and a trace of taking pleasure in Shi Yan's misfortune flashed within her beautiful eyes as she directly walked toward Shi Yan. Bitch, don't come over. Shi Yan's face went grim as she glared angrily at Zhua Qing. Zhua Qing's face sank, and with a raise of her hand, origin energy suffused out as it slapped down, directly knocking Shi Yan unconscious. Don't make too much of this matter. Elder Bai instructed. Yes. Zhua Qing replied, then took the unconscious Shi Yan and left. Thank you, Elder Bai, for upholding justice for us. Li Fei beamed with joy as she looked at Elder Bai and thanked her. Thank you, Elder Bai. Kerr hurriedly thanked her as well. Elder Bai looked at these two young girls whose appearances could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous, and lightly smiled. What are the cultivations of the two of you? Li Fei and Kerr glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian when they heard this. When they saw Duan Lingtian lightly smile and nod, they once again looked at Elder Bai and said in unison. Elder Bai, we're both at the third level of the origin core stage. Third level of the origin core stage? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard what Li Fei and Kerr said. Really? When she saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had respectively condensed into form above Li Fei and Kerr, she finally completely confirmed it, and traces of shock appeared on her face. Are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and her eyes contained slight anticipation mixed within. Li Fei once again looked at Duan Lingtian when she heard this. This caused Elder Bai to be stunned. Who the heck is this young man to us? It's your fortune that Elder Bai wants to take you as her disciple. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Fei. As far as he was concerned, once Li Fei became Elder Bai's disciple, even if she couldn't do as she pleased on Alcade Peak in the future, at least there wouldn't be any female disciples that would dare bully her. Greetings, Master. Li Fei hurriedly looked at Elder Bai and said respectfully. Good. Elder Bai's face was filled with smiles, and with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in her hand. Duan Lingtian discerned with a single glance that this was a grade 7 spirit sword. The sword was like autumn water, and it emitted a piercingly cold light. Take this 7th grade spiritual sword as Master's gift for our first meeting. Elder Bai passed the grade 7 spirit sword in her hand to Li Fei. Li Fei extended her hand to receive it. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, Li Fei saw Elder Bai look at Kerr but didn't speak for a long time, so she hurriedly said, Master, little sister Kerr's natural talent far surpasses mine. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to step into the 4th level of the origin core stage. Li Fei tried her best to promote Kerr. Big Sister Fei, I'm extremely happy that you're able to become Elder Bai's disciple. Kerr lightly smiled to Li Fei and shook her head. Kerr will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai. He felt it was slightly strange as well. Since this Elder Bai had taken little Fei as her disciple, why didn't she take Kerr as her disciple? Kerr's natural talent wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, because Kerr had followed him since long ago, her cultivation steadily surpassed Li Fei. Will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something he was incomparably sure of. The current Kerr wasn't the past Kerr any longer. After experiencing the rebirth of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Kerr's current natural talent was no different than his. With Kerr's current cultivation, breaking through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month wasn't a difficult thing. Duan Lingtian's words caused Kerr to be unable to help herself from being slightly shocked. Even she herself wasn't confident in being able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month. Why was the young master so confident in her? Although she was bewildered, she didn't open her mouth to refute. She already had a plan in her heart. In the following month, she must cultivate even more painstakingly. Our Alcade Peak hasn't produced such an outstanding female disciple like you. Chapter 269. Elder Bai's words caused Duan Lingtian's brows to slightly wrinkle. This Elder Bai wouldn't be sick, right? Could it be that with Ker's talent, she still didn't have the qualifications to be her disciple? Elder Bai, if you're not willing to accept little sister Ker as your disciple, then I won't acknowledge you as my master. I'm sorry. Li Fei extended her hand to hold Ker's hand and looked towards Elder Bai with a firm expression. These few years, she and Ker had long since become as close as sisters, and it was difficult to distinguish between you and me. Now that Elder Bai treated Ker like this, it also caused dissatisfaction to arise in her heart. You won't accept little sister Ker, right? Then I won't acknowledge you as my master either. Big sister Fei, I know you're good to me, but you can't be like this. Only Ker had a calm expression without the slightest trace of unhappiness. After hearing Li Fei's words, she hurriedly persuaded, Elder Bai will be unhappy if you act like this, truly a sensible girl. Elder Bai wasn't angry, and glanced at Ker with admiration, then looked towards Li Fei. You little girl, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm unwilling to accept this little sister of yours as my disciple, right? Could it be that you're not? Now, when facing Elder Bai, Li Fei was less courteous. You little girl, sensing the indignation in Li Fei's tone, Elder Bai shook her head and smiled. I said I won't accept her as my disciple, not because I don't fancy her, but because I want her to have a better choice. A better choice? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, his heart slightly moved, as he somewhat didn't understand Elder Bai's meaning. Not only did he not understand, even Li Fei didn't understand. Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? Elder Bai lightly smiled and said, Silly girl, you still don't understand what I mean? I've already thought about it, I'll recommend this girl to the Peak Master later on. It just so happens that the Peak Master has always been looking for a closed-door disciple. Now it's good, with this girl's aptitude, the Peak Master will surely like her. Peak Master? Hearing Elder Bai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. There was a sect leader and 6 vice-sect leaders in the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader controlled the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak, whereas the other 6 vice-sect leaders controlled the other 6 peaks. These 6 vice-sect leaders were also known as peak leaders. Li Fei also came to her senses. What Duan Lingtian knew was also from Xiong Quan. She was there at that time, so she knew. Now that she heard Elder Bai's words, while she felt happy for Ker, she also awkwardly looked towards Elder Bai. Master, I'm sorry, I'll let it go this time. If you misunderstand Master again, Master won't forgive you. Elder Bai glanced at Li Fei, her gaze mixed with a wisp of tender affection. No matter how she looked at this new disciple, she found him pleasing to the eye. She liked him very much. Thank you, Elder Bai. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Ker hurriedly thanked Elder Bai, and her beautiful face flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute. Little girl, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is the female disciple with the strongest strength in the 7-star sword sect. You'll be able to learn many things by cultivating with her, and you'll surely have a better future in the future. Elder Bai lightly smiled as she spoke to Ker, like a kind senior. Actually, she really liked this delicate and cute little girl. But, she felt that she didn't have the qualifications to be a good teacher, so she recommended the Peak Master of Alcade Peak to her, who was also the most mysterious vice-sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, the vice-sect leader that was usually elusive. Little sister Ker, congratulations. Li Fei hurriedly congratulated Ker, and a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face as she felt happy for Ker. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a light smile as well. Although Ker had a top sword cultivation method like the Frost God's sword technique to cultivate, and there were numerous exceedingly formidable sword skills within the Frost God's sword technique, however, these were mostly theoretical things. If Ker was able to obtain the guidance of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, then her strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. The 7-star sword sect was a sword cultivation sect, and practically all the higher-ups of the sect used swords. It could be imagined that the attainments of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak in the sword would surely be extremely profound and unfathomable. Alright, now it's time to deal with your matter. The smile on Elder Bai's face instantly vanished, and her pair of fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Li Fei and Ke were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Although that Shi Yan was in the wrong first, but at the same time you defeated her, you ruthlessly crippled her dantian. Isn't this going a bit too far? Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian, and her tone contained slight seriousness mixed within. Master. Elder Bai. Li Fei and Ke were anxious. Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the matter before him to heart. You heard what Shi Yan said earlier. It was she who repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my dantian first. If my strength was inferior to her today, then the person whose dantian was crippled would be me. What I did was only giving her a taste of her own medicine. Elder Bai, do you think I'm in the wrong? Even though it's like this, but she was a 7-star sword sect disciple after all, a disciple of my Alcade Peak. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, right? Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Elder Bai, I feel that there's nothing to explain. Duan Lingtian shrugged. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong, as if it wasn't for Shi Yan being overbearing, he wouldn't go so far as to cripple Shi Yan's dantian. His principle of doing things had always been that if others didn't offend him, then he wouldn't offend them, if others offend him, then he would surely retaliate with a thunderous strike. Elder Bai's beautiful brows frowned, and she was rather displeased. Master, the scoundrel did it for me and little sister Ke today, so don't blame him. Li Fei walked over and held Elder Bai's arm, then shook it a few times as she spoke with a spoiled tone. Scoundrel? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard Li Fei. Little girl, he's your Elder Bai, I'm the man of this disciple of yours. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he stared at Elder Bai. As the saying goes, a master is like a parent. If one really wanted to calculate, then Li Fei could be considered to be half a daughter of Elder Bai, and he could be considered to be half a son-in-law of Elder Bai. Elder Bai was stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Never had she imagined that the disciple she'd just taken would have such a relationship with this outer court disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Never mind, never mind. This matter was provoked by that Shi Yan in the end, so I'll consider it as verbally punishing you today. I hope you don't make it difficult for me in the future. Thank you, Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian smiled, then looked at Li Fei who was beside Elder Bai and winked at her for a while. Besides that, forget about that Shi Yan, her natural talent is mediocre. But her older brother, Shi Hao, isn't easy to deal with. He's already broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage some time ago. Moreover, his combat experience is extremely abundant, and it isn't difficult for him to become an inner court disciple by relying on his 7th level Origin Core stage cultivation. Elder Bai reminded Duan Lingtian. This Shi Hao really dotes on his younger sister, Shi Yan. You have to be careful of this person. Duan Lingtian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Bai. Okay. Elder Bai nodded, then looked at Li Fei and Ke. I'm going to look for the Peak Master and tell him now, and I'll come look for you 2 girls tomorrow. Take care, Master. Take care, Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 sent Elder Bai off with their gazes. I truly never imagined that Shi Yan would be so shameless and even complain first. Fortunately, Master is wise and caused her scheme to be unable to escape. When Li Fei mentioned Shi Yan, there was still some residual anger on her face that hadn't vanished. She can be considered to have retribution for her crimes and was expelled from the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. We still have to properly congratulate little sister Ke, as she's about to become the closed-door disciple of our Alcade Peak's master. Li Fei looked at Ke, and her beautiful eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Big Sister Fei, you're making fun of me again. A trace of rosy color appeared on Ke's beautiful face when she heard this. Right, scoundrel, you said earlier that you made us drink some 10,000-year stalactite milk. What's that? Li Fei recalled the matter of being interrupted by Shi Yan earlier, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she asked. Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and traces of curiosity flickered within her beautiful eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled. The 10,000-year stalactite milk is a type of precious treasure that can allow one to be reborn and link up the flesh, blood, meridians, and bones within the body. It's able to increase one's natural talent in the martial Tao to the limit. Li Fei and Kerr were both shocked for a time when they heard the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. They only returned to their senses after a long time. Scoundrel, what you mean is that the natural talent in the martial Tao of little sister Kerr and I have already reached the limit? Li Fei gasped as she asked Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he looked at Kerr. Kerr, this is also the reason why I told Elder Bai earlier that you'll be able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month. Compared to the past, your current natural talent in the martial Tao is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. You can't use your past gaze to look at it. Kerr lightly nodded, and a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her man had never disappointed her. Her man that had always believed in her. There's also these 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian left behind 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and passed the remaining to Kerr. Kerr, give these milk to Little Gold to consume after a certain period of time. You must not let it drink it all at once, otherwise, I'm worried it will be like Little Black and Little White, sleeping like a dead pig. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone had traces of helplessness mixed within. Scoundrel, Little Black and Little White have fallen asleep again? Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she asked curiously. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes, they fell asleep after drinking the milk of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and I don't know when they'll wake up. Li Fei and Kerr were speechless when they heard this. Chapter 270. Squeak squeak. Duan Lingtian had only just passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Kerr when the little gold mouse stuck out its cute little head from Kerr's sleeve and cried out. Its jade-green eyes were now staring fixedly at the pill bottle in Kerr's hand that contained the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and it was filled with yearning. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded to Kerr, as if it was begging Kerr to give it the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Little Gold, the young master said that you can't eat too much at once. I'll give it to you after a period of time. Kerr put away the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then rubbed the little gold mouse's little head and lightly smiled as she spoke. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse's eyes emitted a trace of grievance. Looks like Little Gold is the same as Little Black and Little White, they're all so gluttonous. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying the 2 little girls for a while, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, Kerr, Little Fei, I ought to return as well. Under the reluctant gazes of the 2 young girls, Duan Lingtian walked out of the gorge with large strides. This was Alcade Peak after all, the place where the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples gathered, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here for too long. Under the burning gazes of the Alcade Peak female disciples all along the way, Duan Lingtian practically fled back to Migres Peak. Of course, there were many gazes that looked at him from the stone platform on Migres Peak. But the owners of these gazes were men after all, and Duan Lingtian directly disregarded them. Duan Lingtian. An aged voice suddenly sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to stop and look ahead. Nearby, an old man and a middle-aged man walked over side by side. The old man that greeted him now was precisely the Dubhe Peak outer court elder that brought him to Migres Peak yesterday, Lu Qiu. Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man with a smile. He didn't expect to meet the old man as soon as he returned to Migres Peak. Lu Qiu slowly walked closer and looked at Duan Lingtian's skin, which seemed to have completed some kind of miraculous transformation. It's a long story. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, but did not elaborate. Noticing that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say anything, Lu Qiu didn't ask any further. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and lightly smiled as he introduced. This is Elder Zhao Lin, and he's also the outer court elder of our Migres Peak. Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the middle-aged man as he greeted him. Yes. However, the middle-aged man merely glanced at him and raised his head. His face revealed an arrogant expression as he snorted through his nose. Duan Lingtian frowned. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man was at most in existence at the first level of the void prying stage. A first-level void prying stage martial artist's strength was far inferior to Lu Qiu, but the degree of his arrogance far surpassed Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian instantly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, he wouldn't have any relationship with this Zhao Lin. What happened to Zhao Lin was Zhao Lin's business and was unrelated to him. After Lu Qiu noticed Zhao Lin's attitude, he was slightly embarrassed and nodded to Duan Lingtian. Then we'll be leaving first. Elder Lu, take care. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Lu Qiu was courteous to him, so he was naturally courteous as well. As for that Zhao Lin, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. When he saw Lu Qiu and Lu Qiu leave, Duan Lingtian left the Migres Peak stone platform and glanced at a nearby building that was bustling with noise and excitement. Many Migres Peak disciples were gathered there, or they used gold and silver to purchase medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Or they used materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian circled into the mountain path of Migres Peak, then sized up the surroundings for a moment. After confirming that no one had noticed him, he followed an inconspicuous path to head towards the peak of Migres Peak. Migres Peak was extremely large, the mountain path had 18 bends, and there were no less than 10 mountain paths that led to the peak of the peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of the peak. There wasn't a single person on the peak of the peak, and he quickly arrived at the location of the crooked tree before leaping down. If someone were to see this scene here, the person would surely be greatly shocked, and would even think that Duan Lingtian wanted to commit suicide. However, after Duan Lingtian passed through the clouds and mist, he instead firmly descended onto the crooked tree. Whoosh! The crooked tree trembled for a moment, then stabilized in the end. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, then directly flashed into the cave passageway that led to the stalactite cave. Once again returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little fellows were lying there, and even their postures hadn't changed, and they were still deeply asleep. They wouldn't really be the reincarnation of pigs, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be suspicious in his heart, as the sleeping technique of these two little pythons caused him to completely lose his temper. After sizing up the two little fellows for a moment, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone platform, then sat on it, consumed the origin strengthening pill, and started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python Transformation. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body roiled, and when combined with the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill and his almost perfect natural talent in the martial Dao, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At every moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the minute changes in the origin energy within his body. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed that the origin energy within his body actually had a trace of a strange change. The extent of this change was extremely small, extremely light, but Duan Lingtian was still able to clearly sense it. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes were like an array of stars, and a trace of a dazzling sheen flashed within. I wonder if I can utilize this ability outside my body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused, then he swung his arm, and his origin energy suffused and raged, whoosh. Above Duan Lingtian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and they were waiting for orders in the air, ready to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! His arm swept out, carrying the strength of 71 ancient mammoths as it traversed the sky. The air started to shake because of it. If one looked carefully now, one would be able to notice that the origin energy coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm was vibrating at a strange frequency. The vibration of the origin energy seemed to have formed a type of tremor energy. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and a memory of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind. This memory was related to Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WYRM Python form. The WYRM Python form was a mental cultivation method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu from observing the habits of the demon beast, the WYRM Python. The WYRM Python was a type of demon beast that was between a python and a WYRM. Its strength was extremely formidable, and its most miraculous ability was that it was able to emit a type of terrifying tremor energy from its body. Tremor energy. Duan Lingtian withdrew his arm, then his palms slowly descended, and his origin energy jumped and trembled on his hand. The frequency became faster and faster. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's palms slowly pressed onto a protruding rock on the wall of the stalactite cave. In an instant. OM. 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 As soon as the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's hand touched the rock, it transformed into countless rock powder that sprinkled down. He slightly exerted strength and pressed forward. In the blink of an eye, the entire rock turned into fine powder. What a terrifying tremor energy. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, then he raised his hand and looked at the trembling origin energy on his palm with disbelief. The frequency of this origin energy's trembling was simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian believed that by relying on this tremor energy to exert his entire strength, even if he was only able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths now, he might not necessarily fall into a disadvantaged position when facing a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist that possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Even to the extent that it was very possible for him to rely on this tremor energy to directly defeat his opponent. Although this tremor energy didn't provide any increase in strength, the method of exerting strength could be said to be heaven-defying. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the demon beast WYRM Python relied on this tremor energy to exert strength, and even if it was facing most demon beasts that were a level higher than it, it would be able to easily kill them. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. So it turned out that this was the essence of the WYRM Python form. Earlier, he'd always thought that the WYRM Python form didn't seem to be anything special, but now he knew that he'd still underestimated the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian recalled his cultivation all along the way. The first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique was the Spirit Serpent form, and it stressed upon cultivating the fleshly body to the point of being as flexible as a spirit serpent. The second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique was the Raging Python form, and it allowed Duan Lingtian to temper his fleshly body with origin energy and possess the ferocious strength of a python. A casual wave of his hand would be like a python swinging its tail. Now, the essence of the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WYRM Python form, lay in the tremor energy. Tremor energy isn't a martial skill, but it's even more practical than martial skills. Because it can be used within any martial skill, and when combined with one's strength to execute it, it's able to exert an extremely terrifying and destructive strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he pressed his hand on the cavern wall, and his origin energy coiled around it. Now, he didn't use the tremor energy. Even if his origin energy stuck to the cavern wall wouldn't be affected in the slightest. However, once he used the tremor energy, Duan Lingtian's hand didn't move and still stuck to the cavern wall. However, the origin energy on his hand started to lightly tremble, and the trembling speed became faster and faster, and the frequency became faster and faster. OM. 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 Instantly, the origin energy trembled, and the tentacles on the cavern wall were completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's tremor energy, transforming into powder. It could be imagined that if this palm were to press onto a person's body, once it started trembling, that person's skin, flesh, blood, and even bones would be affected by the tremor energy. That would surely be an extremely ecstatic scene. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Now, he wished for nothing more than to directly find a person and use the tremor energy to battle with that person. As expected of a cultivation technique created by Samsara Emperor Wu after experiencing 2 lifetimes. Every form of this 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique has its own unique characteristic. Spirit Serpent form, the body is flexible and tough, WYRM python form, the body is ferocious, WYRM python form, the terrifying tremor energy. The 6 forms at the back surely have their own unique points. Chapter 271. Finally, Duan Lingtian eased up his feelings. Let's go try this quake energy. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone as he stood up. His gaze then descended onto the 2 little pythons, and when he noticed that they still didn't show any signs of waking up, he shook his head and left the stalactite cave by himself. As he stood on a crooked tree at the side of the cliff, Duan Lingtian relied on his acute spiritual force to sense the situation on the peak. After confirming that there was no one, he borrowed the strength of the crooked tree to leap up and descend onto the peak of Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian walked into the most remote path at the side of the peak and headed down the mountain. In next to no time, he passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak. After descending from Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian's destination this time was the primeval forest behind the 7-star sword sect. After all, he wanted to test the quake energy, and he couldn't just randomly grab a 7-star sword sect disciple to test. So, he decided to go to the primeval forest and test the WYRM Python transformation's quake energy on a fierce beast. Duan Lingtian dashed all the way down, and he quickly left the sect and headed towards the primeval forest. And at the same time that Duan Lingtian left, 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples walked side by side on the chain bridge that led to the main peak, Dubhe Peak. What Xian, that kid seems to have vanished without a trace. One of the outer court disciples' face sank as he spoke to the other outer court disciple beside him. Migres Peak is so large, wanting to find him isn't an easy matter. Moreover, I've practically asked all the 19 new disciples that came to our Migres Peak with him, and all of them don't know his whereabouts. The latter was precisely Hua Xian, and he now had a gloomy expression as he spoke. I don't believe that he can hide for his entire lifetime. I'll surely make him pay 100-fold for the incident at the restaurant in Black Bamboo City. He actually dared ask someone to throw me out. The former's gaze went slightly cold and cold lights shot out in all directions. Don't worry, Yuan Wu, we'll be able to drag him out sooner or later. Hua Xian said slowly. The cold light in his eyes was no less than the former's. Soon after, when they were about to arrive at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, the 2 of them saw an old man and a middle-aged man walking towards them side by side. Elder Lu, Elder Zhao. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu respectfully bowed to the old man and the middle-aged man. The old man nodded at the 2 of them. As for the middle-aged man, he didn't even look Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in the eye from beginning to end. Perhaps, in his eyes, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were not qualified for him to look at them in the eye. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were both a little embarrassed as they walked away. They had long heard of the arrogance of this elder Zhao Lin, so they were not surprised. The old man was precisely the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Lu Qiu. Presently, Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin were walking side by side on the chain bridge as they walked towards Migres Peak. Zhao Lin, when I saw that Hua Xian earlier, I couldn't help but recall that Duan Lingtian. It's that young man we met at Migres Peak yesterday afternoon. Do you still remember him? Lu Qiu said to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a pretty boy. Duan Lingtian's skin was simply whiter and more tender than a woman's. It's that Duan Lingtian. I wonder what happened to him. When he arrived at our Migres Peak the day before yesterday, his skin was still very normal, a healthy bronze color. But in a single day, his skin underwent a tremendous change, and was even able to compare to the skin of a baby, white with a tinge of red. It's truly unbelievable. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu sighed with emotion and had a face full of shock. The gaze of Zhao Lin, who originally had a calm expression, abruptly lit up when he heard Lu Qiu, and his breathing suddenly became hurried. Elder Lu, are you sure his skin wasn't like that before? Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu and asked, slightly losing his composure. Although Lu Qiu didn't know why Zhao Lin would suddenly become interested in Duan Lingtian, he still nodded. I'm sure. The day before yesterday, it was I who brought Wuxia Xianxia and 2 other outer court disciples to receive the 20 new disciples that had passed the outer court test. That Duan Lingtian was one of them, and was also a person personally chosen by Wuxia Xianxia. I clearly remember that his skin was a bronze color at that time. What? Is there something wrong? Lu Qiu asked Zhao Lin. He kept having the feeling that Zhao Lin's sudden reaction was perhaps because he'd noticed something. According to his knowledge, it was normally impossible for Zhao Lin to be interested in this sort of thing. But today, he was out of the ordinary. It's nothing. Zhao Lin shook his head, but a trace of an imperceptible burning flowing light flashed past the depths of his gaze. I'm just curious, why would a person suddenly undergo such a great change? Lu Qiu nodded, and didn't think too much about it as he continued walking side by side with Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin walked by Lu Qiu's side, yet his mood was extremely agitated. Rebirth. He could be sure that Duan Lingtian had absolutely undergone the legendary rebirth. Coincidentally or not, he just happened to have seen records of rebirth in an ancient book. Supposedly, there was a miraculous liquid in Cloud Continent, and once consumed, it was able to allow a person to completely rebirth. The person's natural talent in the martial Dao would also undergo a tremendous change. Reaching the limit. Zhao Lin's heart was trembling. He clearly remembered that the miraculous liquid was the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, after being reborn, the person's skin would transform to become tender like a baby. He clearly remembered the records in that ancient book. 10,000-year stalactite milk. That gigolo consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's mood was extremely agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. But he didn't dare show it. After all, Lu Qiu was by his side now. I must obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk from that pretty boy, I must. Zhao Lin made a resolution in his heart. I hope that pretty boy can be sensible. Otherwise, even if I have to resort to unscrupulous means, I'll still obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk in his possession. Traces of cold lights flashed within the depths of Zhao Lin's eyes. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to change his entire life. No matter what, he must obtain it. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the matter of him consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk was already known by others. Presently, he'd left the 7-star sword sect and entered the vast primeval forest. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and the scenery of the primeval forest swiftly flashed past him. The spirit serpent movement technique was vividly displayed by Duan Lingtian. Roar! An enormous roar sounded out ahead, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but stop his footsteps. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that this was a spiky tiger, and its strength was comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. Its pair of fangs that were like sharp thorns was its strongest martial skill. Whoosh! The spiky tiger noticed him as well, and it dashed towards him before pouncing towards him. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as he directly moved to greet the spiky tiger. At the same time that the spiky tiger pounced over, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Now that Duan Lingtian attacked, only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. He didn't intend to use his full strength when facing a 9th-level core formation stage spiky tiger. Otherwise, his plan to test the quake energy would fail, and his trip here would be meaningless. He entered the primeval forest this time precisely for the sake of testing the might of the quake energy. Roar! The spiky tiger swiftly pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy stench suffused the sky, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of nausea. When he saw the spiky tiger before him, Duan Lingtian moved. Spirit serpent movement technique. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into an incomparably agile spirit serpent, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed behind the spiky tiger. Before the spiky tiger could react, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-piercing howl sounded out. He directly skipped the step of drawing the dragon and directly added the finishing touch. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's finger that was suffused with origin energy descended, directly penetrating the spiky tiger's thick skin and flesh before touching the spiky tiger's bones. Roar! The spiky tiger let out a sorrowful roar, and its voice was filled with rage and despair. Quake energy. The origin energy at the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger suddenly vibrated, and it vibrated at a terrifying frequency. Crackle crackle. Instantly, the spiky tiger's body violently trembled, and its sorrowful roar stopped abruptly. Its enormous body crashed onto the ground, and waves of the sound of bones shattering resounded throughout the sky. What a terrifying quake energy! I still underestimated it earlier. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and stood there. As he gazed at the spiky tiger's limp body on the ground, a trace of coldness arose in his heart. Earlier, he clearly sensed that when his finger touched the spiky tiger's bones and exerted the quake energy, the spiky tiger's bones started to tremble along with the quake energy, and in the end, they all shattered. The shattered bones pierced into various parts of the spiky tiger's body, including its internal organs, causing the spiky tiger to directly die. Duan Lingtian gasped, and traces of excitement appeared on his face. Whoosh! The excited Duan Lingtian didn't stop there, and he continued towards the primeval forest. This time, he intended to exert a cultivation that was a level lower than the fierce beast, and see if he was able to successfully kill the fierce beast. Once he succeeded, then the quake energy would truly be too terrifying. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian encountered the next fierce beast. This fierce beast was a second-level origin core stage fierce beast. It was a wind leopard. This wind leopard was adept in speed, and in terms of speed, it was absolutely one of the best amongst second-level origin core stage fierce beasts. The wind leopard dashed towards Duan Lingtian with its bloody mouth wide open, and its fangs flickered with the sheen of saliva, desiring to swallow Duan Lingtian. Above the wind leopard, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Chapter 272. Thank you, Nika, for your mighty and domineering gift, allowing me to become the first guardian of this book. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your gifts and subscriptions. Your support will be my greatest motivation. Thank you. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when he saw the wind leopard pouncing over, and he was already prepared to meet it head-on and compete with it. Right at this moment. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force slightly moved, and he was able to sense people approaching, a total of 3 people. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to temporarily avoid the wind leopard, and he looked towards the distance. Amongst these 3 people, 1 was a woman, and 2 were men. Meanwhile, the wind leopard pounced towards him menacingly once again. Watch out! Right when he was about to make a move to kill the wind leopard, a delicate shout sounded out. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of fragrant wind assault his nose, and he was able to see the graceful figure of the woman amongst the 3 people flash to arrive before him in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! This was a graceful woman, a 3-foot-long blade in her hand flashed out, and above her, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 3rd level of the origin core stage. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian saw through this woman with a single glance. Although the wind leopard's speed was swift, it was only in comparison to 2nd level origin core stage martial artists and fierce beasts, and before this 3rd level origin core stage woman, it didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, it was killed by a single sword strike from the woman. Are you alright? After the woman killed the wind leopard with a single sword strike, she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight concern, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's skin that was like a baby's, her face revealed slight surprise. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he shook his head, then sized up the young woman before him. The young woman was around 23 or 24 years old, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Li Fei and Kerr, her dignified and delicate features and delicate and smooth skin revealed traces of vitality. It gave others a comfortable feeling. You're an outer court disciple of our 7-star sword sect as well, right? The young woman's gaze descended onto the outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian's body, and she lightly smiled as she spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd noticed earlier that not only was this woman an outer court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, the two men that came with her were also outer court disciples of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Hello, I'm Shirlan, a disciple of Alcade Peak. The young woman smiled and greeted Duan Lingtian. Her face was kind, and her bright eyes seemed to speak. Duan Lingtian, Migre's Peak disciple. Duan Lingtian also nodded at Shirlan. He had a good impression of this warm-hearted woman. Duan Lingtian, did you come to the forest alone? Shirlan looked around and found no one else, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're too impulsive. You should be an outer court disciple that just entered our Seven-Star Sword Sect the day before yesterday, right? You're only at the first level of the Origin Core stage. Even if you want to come to the forest, you should find a group. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll lose your life, just like before. Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a serious expression. As far as she was concerned, if it wasn't for her making a move in time, Duan Lingtian would have already died under the claws of the wind leopard, and there would absolutely be no possibility of him surviving. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Shirlan was really concerned about him, and he couldn't help but nod and smile. Thank you for the reminder. He knew that because he'd only exerted the strength of 20 ancient mammoths when facing the wind leopard earlier, it caused Shirlan to misunderstand that he was only a first-level Origin Core stage martial artist. He didn't give any further explanation towards this. He wasn't a person that liked to show off. Why don't you join us? You'll be safer if you follow us. At that time, we'll split all the gains equally, how about it? My two companions are both extremely formidable. Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian and invited him. Duan Lingtian originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Shirlan's sincere and anticipatory gaze, he didn't refuse and nodded. All right, then I'll be troubling you. As far as he was concerned, he had nothing to do anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to accompany these three people. Let's go, I'll introduce them to you. Shirlan lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, then brought along Duan Lingtian to walk towards the two Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court male disciples in the distance. Hu Li, Xiao Fei. This is Duan Lingtian, a Migre's Peak disciple. He's starting to join our group and enter the primeval forest to gain experience. I've already promised him that all the gains will be split equally between the four of us. Shirlan said to the two outer court male disciples. Hello, I'm Hu Li, a Fecta Peak disciple. Amongst the two outer court male disciples, the young man with a tall and robust figure that was similar in age to Shirlan lightly smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled at the robust young man as well. He had always been one of those who respected him, and he would definitely respect them. Humph. Right at this moment, the corners of the thin young man's mouth curled into a cold smile, and his cold and indifferent gaze sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, then he frowned. Shirlan, he's only a pretty boy at the first level of the Origin Core stage, will only be a burden if we bring him along. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Shirlan and Hu Li were slightly embarrassed, and Hu Li said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, he's Xiao Fei, a Fecta Peak disciple. Although Xiao Fei's age is similar to mine and Shirlan's, he's already a fourth-level Origin Core stage martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Dao is high, so it's unavoidable that he's slightly arrogant. Don't lower yourself to his level, just take it as you didn't hear what he said earlier. Since we're able to meet here and are similarly Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples, it can be considered to be fate. You can travel with us. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, don't take Xiao Fei's words to heart. Shirlan smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Xiao Fei frowned and was just about to speak when he noticed that Hu Li and Shirlan both looked at him and shook their heads at him. He didn't speak in the end, and only grunted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian was able to feel Shirlan and Hu Li's sincerity, and he had a rather good impression of the two of them, so he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Okay, We'll wander through this primeval forest together and continue walking deeper in. Hu Li laughed heartily, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds. What a man! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart as he looked at Hu Li. Duan Lingtian, the primeval forest is vast and boundless. We're only at the outer area now, and if we continue walking forward, we'll be close to the inner area. The fierce beasts there are much stronger than the fierce beasts here. Your strength is comparatively weaker, so follow us closely and don't get separated from us. The group of 4 walked in, and on the way, Shirlan had a serious expression as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Okay. Duan Lingtian smiled to Shirlan, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Although he wasn't afraid of the fierce beasts inside, Shirlan didn't know of his true strength, and only thought that he was a first-level origin core stage martial artist. You don't have strength, yet you still dare to wander through the primeval forest by yourself? You're courting death. Xiao Fei followed behind and grunted in a low voice, and his tone didn't lack ridicule. Duan Lingtian frowned, then when he saw Hu Li and Shirlan smile apologetically at him, his brows eased up, and he didn't fuss about it with Xiao Fei and acted as if he didn't hear it. He didn't want to make it difficult for Hu Li and Shirlan. This Xiao Fei was their companion after all. The deeper they walked into the primeval forest, the more complicated the terrain was. The trees were dense, and the ground was covered in plants and thorns. The environment here was extremely suitable for concealment, and it was simply a heaven for fierce beasts. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force became vigilant, and he looked towards the nearby bushes, which was right beside Hu Li, and he shouted out in a low voice. Careful! Hu Li instantly became vigilant when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Right at this moment, an enormous wolf with glossy fur that was completely jade green pounced out from the bushes, and it opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Hu Li. In the sky, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, a third-level origin core stage fierce beast. Green wolf! Shirlan exclaimed in surprise. Right at this moment, Hu Li moved, his upper body slightly leaned forward, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade on his back was instantly unsheathed. Whoosh! 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 A sky-blue sword light flashed out as sword silhouettes suffused the air, transforming into a sword net that enveloped the green wolf, and it flickered with numerous dazzling sword lights, causing one to be dazzled. Above Hu Li, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, Hu Li was similar to Shirlan. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and his spirit weapon was a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Ow! The green wolf emitted a shrill cry as it was torn apart by Hu Li's sword silhouettes, and its blood sprayed all over the ground as it crashed onto the ground. Hu Li slightly heaved a sigh of relief with a lingering fear in his heart, then he looked gratefully at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would probably have been bitten by it. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, green wolves are extremely skilled in concealment, and we were utterly unable to notice it within these bushes. How did you notice it? Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. She originally thought that Duan Lingtian's strength was weak and needed them to take care of him, but she never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such ability. Earlier, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian noticing the green wolf in time, Hu Li would surely have been injured. From my point of view, I just happened to be able to see its pair of dark green eyes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he found an excuse. He couldn't possibly say that his spiritual force was comparatively more acute, right? Shit luck. Xiao Fei's frowning brows eased up, and he glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian as he grunted in disdain in a low voice. Shirlan and Hu Li frowned as they were slightly displeased with Xiao Fei. A 3rd-level origin core stage inner core is really small. Meanwhile, Hu Li found an inner core that flickered with a faint sheen on the green wolf's corpse. The origin core stage fierce beasts had already condensed into inner cores within their bodies. Inner cores were also a type of medicine refinement material. Hu Li, your Skynet sword technique was something you started cultivating when you arrived at the 7-star sword sect a year ago. I never imagined that it would have already stepped into the perfection stage. Sherlan glanced at Huli with envy. That green wolf, you killed it with a single strike of your sword. Many 7-star sword sect disciples didn't cultivate sword skills before they entered the 7-star sword sect. They only started cultivating sword skills after arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian knew a little about this. Huli chuckled. The martial skill I originally cultivated had some similarities with the Skynet sword technique, so cultivating the Skynet sword technique is rather easy. Didn't your soaring wind sword step into the mastery stage as well? It's only at the mastery stage, and it would at least require another year to break through to the perfection stage. Chapter 273. Normally, when a disciple that entered the 7-star sword sect changed to cultivate a sword skill, they would give priority to choosing a sword skill that was similar to the martial skill they cultivated in the past. In this way, they would be able to cultivate their sword skill to the perfection stage in a short period of time. Besides a few people whose comprehension ability was terrible to the point it was difficult to look straight at, practically all the martial artists that were able to cultivate to the origin core stage had already cultivated their high-grade profound rank martial skill to the perfection stage. Their comprehension towards a certain martial skill was extremely deep. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the sword skills within the 7-star sword sect were practically all high-grade profound rank sword skills. Unless the people that entered the sect originally cultivated sword skills, otherwise, they would all change to cultivate sword skills. Sword skills relied on a spirit sword to execute, and to a certain extent, it possessed an advantage over most martial skills. Let's go. Xiao Fei frowned when he saw Sherlan and Huli start chatting, then he continued forward. Duan Lingtian, let's follow as well. Sherlan and Huli called out to Duan Lingtian, and the three of them followed together. In the following part of the journey, they would encounter some fierce beasts every once in a while. The strongest amongst these fierce beasts was only at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and every time it appeared, it would be slain by Sherlan and Huli with a swing of their swords. Our gains aren't bad. We already have 7 inner cores of 3rd level origin core stage fierce beasts and 15 inner cores of 2nd level origin core stage fierce beasts. Huli, who was in charge of collecting the spoils of the battle, grinned. Be careful, the fierce beasts will be even stronger as we continue forward. Sherlan glanced ahead with slight fear, then looked at Duan Lingtian, mainly to remind Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled to Sherlan to indicate that he understood. Roar. Right at this moment, accompanied by a muffled roar, a fierce beast with an enormous body yet extremely agile dashed over, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian's group of 4. As the fierce beast dashed over, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the vibration that came from the ground with every step it took, as if the earth was quaking and mountains were swaying. As this enormous ferocious beast dashed over, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above it. Now, the beast was staring at Duan Lingtian and the others, as if it was observing something. 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, elephant rhino. Looking at the ferocious beast in front of him, Power of who swallowed his saliva and exclaimed. The elephant rhinoceros was a terrifying fierce beast that was adept in strength and speed. It was able to knock an ordinary 4th level origin core stage fierce beast flying with a single charge, and it was extremely overbearing. Xiao Fei, it's up to you. After Sherlan saw the appearance of the elephant rhinoceros, her autumn eyes slightly narrowed and landed on Xiao Fei. Elephant rhinoceros, a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast that possessed the strength of 60 ancient mammoths, in terms of speed. She and Liev who were not as fast as the elephant rhinoceros. In terms of attack. Even if Shi and Huli were 3rd level origin core stage martial artists and possessed grade 8 spirit weapons, the strength they exerted by relying on their spirit weapons was only comparable to the strength of 46 ancient mammoths. Compared to the elephant rhinoceros, the difference was too great. Even if she joined forces with Huli, it was impossible for them to be a match for the elephant rhinoceros. As for Duan Lingtian, in her eyes, he was only a 1st level origin core stage outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and was unable to be of help. So, as far as she was concerned, only Xiao Fei was able to deal with this elephant rhinoceros amongst the four of them. Xiao Fei's brows raised when he heard Shirlan, and the corners of his mouth curled into a complacent expression. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said with a mocking tone. If I'm not wrong, there seems to be one person amongst us that hasn't made a move yet, right? Since you've joined our group, since you want to share the gains. You can't wait to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Xiao Fei's voice was extremely ear-piercing. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he heard what Xiao Fei said. This Xiao Fei said he was going to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. All along the way, the reason he didn't make a move was because Shirlan and Hu Li had fought before him every single time, and didn't give him the chance to make a move. If they really encountered danger, it was naturally impossible for him to stand idly by. But, in the eyes of this Xiao Fei, his cultivation was only at the first level of the origin core stage. Under such circumstances, when facing a fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhinoceros, Xiao Fei pushed him out, and his vicious intentions were obvious. Xiao Fei wanted him to give his life away. What? You don't dare? Xiao Fei laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian not making a move. A pretty boy is a pretty boy. Besides relying on women, what other ability do you have? As he spoke up to hear, Xiao Fei intentionally glanced at Shirlan. Shirlan's expression was extremely unsightly. Xiao Fei, how can you be like this? Duan Lingtian is only a first-level origin core stage martial artist, and this elephant rhinoceros is a fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast. Amongst the four of us, only you're able to deal with it. Asking Duan Lingtian to go up, isn't that asking him to give his life away? Humph. Xiao Fei glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian, and laughed in ridicule. A pretty boy that enjoys the fruits of others' labor wants to share the gains with us without making a move? Is that possible? If he dies, then wouldn't it be better for the three of us to share the gains? You. Shirlan was angered by Xiao Fei to the point her face went ghastly pale, and she was unable to speak as her delicate figure lightly trembled. Xiao Fei, you're going too far. Hu Li couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he frowned as he said, since Duan Lingtian has joined us now, then he's our companion. How can you be like this? Hu Li. Xiao Fei sneered. If you and Shirlan want to protect him, then make a move yourselves. I'm not willing to share the gains with a fellow that enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Xiao Fei took a few steps back as he spoke. Subsequently, under the livid expressions of Hu Li and Shirlan, he added. Right, if you expel him from our small group, or if he sensibly leaves himself. Then I'll still help you. Xiao Fei's words were filled with complacency. It was as if he was sure that without him making a move, Duan Lingtian's group of three would be unable to deal with the elephant rhinoceros. Xiao Fei, you. Hu Li and Shirlan were angered by Xiao Fei to the point their faces went ghastly pale, and their eyes went crimson red. They'd noticed now that the elephant rhinoceros was already accumulating strength, and could attack them at any moment. If Xiao Fei didn't make a move, then the three of them would only have a path of death. But, asking them to expel Duan Lingtian from the small group and submit to Xiao Fei's despotic power was something they were unwilling from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian, you stay behind, Hu Li and I will deal with this elephant rhinoceros. If the situation isn't good, flee right away. Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, you're only at the first level of the origin core stage, and are far from being a match for this fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhinoceros. Just hide behind us and watch us make a move. If the situation is critical, then listen to Shirlan and flee quickly. Hu Li said to Duan Lingtian, and this robust young man's face had a serious expression as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated when he heard what Hu Li and Shirlan said, and traces of warmth arose within his heart. Humph. Xiao Fei, who stood behind, sneered when he saw this scene. Truly a touching scene. Shirlan, Hu Li, I'll say this first, if this Duan Lingtian flees on his own and isn't expelled from our small group by you two, then even if you two are killed by the elephant rhinoceros, I still won't make a move to save you two." Xiao Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian's face to sink. This Xiao Fei was really going against him. Moreover, he even took Shirlan and Hu Li's lives as a joke. Flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Xiao Fei. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his gaze became unprecedentedly unfamiliar. "Even if I die, I won't expel Duan Lingtian. He's my companion." "Me too." Shirlan's cheeks that were filled with spirit tightened, and her tone was incomparably firm. "Good, good. Then let me see how you two deal with this elephant rhinoceros." When faced with Hu Li and Shirlan's attitude, Xiao Fei knew that his plan of forcing Duan Lingtian to leave had failed, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment, and started laughing instead from extreme anger. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian felt Xiao Fei's enmity towards him as well. He understood that this Xiao Fei was a petty person, and had always been unable to let go of the matter of him, a first-level origin core stage martial artist, joining the small group. Perhaps, in Xiao Fei's eyes, he would only be a burden. But he never imagined that because of this, Xiao Fei would actually go insane and make Shirlan and Hu Li give their lives away. This Xiao Fei's vicious actions caused him to feel disgust from the bottom of his heart. "Shirlan, Hu Li, thank you for your good intentions." Duan Lingtian looked at Shirlan and Hu Li and lightly smiled. "Duan Lingtian, what do you mean by this? You're our companion, and no matter what, we won't allow you to leave our small group." "Yeah, Duan Lingtian, we're companions, we advance and retreat together, and share trials and tribulations together." Hu Li and Shirlan thought that Duan Lingtian intended to leave by himself, and their faces instantly went grim as they hurriedly spoke out. "Humph. At least you're sensible." Xiao Fei naturally thought that Duan Lingtian intended to leave by himself as well, and instantly, a wisp of a victorious smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian's actions instead caused the smile on the corners of his mouth to completely freeze. "Shirlan, Hu Li, what are you two talking about? I don't want to leave. I only want to tell the two of you that leave this elephant rhino to me." Duan Lingtian knew that Shirlan and Hu Li had misunderstood, and he hurriedly lightly smiled as he explained. As he spoke, he took a stride forward and walked towards the fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino. It just happened that he could use this elephant rhino to properly test the WYRM Python form's quake energy. "I'll suppress my strength to the third level of the origin core stage and exert the strength of 40 ancient mammoths, then use a grade 7 spirit sword. Never mind, I'll use a grade 8 spirit sword. In this way, my offensive strength is comparable to the strength of 48 ancient mammoths." At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked out, he thought in his heart. This elephant rhino is a fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast that possesses the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. I'll try and see if I'm able to kill it with the strength of 48 ancient mammoths by relying on quake energy. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Unexpectedly. "No. A fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast isn't something you can deal with. Duan Lingtian, quickly come back." Chapter 274. You're courting death. When he heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's current actions, the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a wisp of a sneer and disdain, and he had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. A mere first-level origin core stage martial artist wanted to deal with a fourth-level origin core stage elephant rhino? As far as he was concerned, this pretty boy was simply overestimating his ability. He was simply courting death. "Xiao Fei, you're still taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune at a time like this." Hu Li glanced at Xiao Fei with dissatisfaction, then looked at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, quickly come back. That elephant rhino isn't something you can deal with." Don't worry. When Duan Lingtian heard Shirlan and Hu Li's concern, he turned around and lightly smiled to the two of them. Hu Li, he's rushing to his own death, why stop him? Xiao Fei looked at Hu Li as he spoke indifferently, seeming as if he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to die under the elephant rhino's fangs. Xiao Fei, don't go too far. Shirlan shouted out angrily as her beautiful face flushed red, then she said to Hu Li, let's go help Duan Lingtian. Just when Hu Li agreed and was about to go help Duan Lingtian with Shirlan, a voice rang out. Duan Lingtian instead shook his head. Just watch, I alone am enough to deal with this elephant rhino. Shirlan and Hu Li couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Just one person is enough? Duan Lingtian, now isn't the time to flaunt your superiority. Shirlan and Hu Li practically spoke out in unison. Ha! Looks like you're rather confident, pretty boy. I want to see how you deal with this elephant rhino by yourself. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed in ridicule, then he looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. Shirlan, Hu Li, both of you have good intentions. But unfortunately, you were refused by him. Since he wants to court death, then both of you can fulfill his wish. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded Xiao Fei's words and nodded to Shirlan and Hu Li before turning around and dashing towards the elephant rhino. Shirlan, let's go. Let's go help him. Power of Hu called out to Shirlan. Although Duan Lingtian said that he did not need their help, how could they really stand by and watch? In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was their comrade, and they would never abandon Duan Lingtian. However, just as they were about to move, when their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in the distance, they completely froze. Heavens! What did they see? On the way Duan Lingtian dashed towards the elephant rhino, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and in the end, it actually condensed into 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of the third level of the origin core stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian was actually a third-level origin core stage martial artist. This sudden surprise caused Shirlan and Power of Hu's hearts to tremble. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't overlook the most important question. Duan Lingtian's age was at most around the age of 20, and it was even possible that he wasn't even 20 yet. A third-level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20, what concept was this? Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent could be considered to be a top genius disciple. Their heartbeats abruptly sped up, and they were both delighted and shocked. They were delighted because Duan Lingtian was actually not a first-level origin core stage martial artist, but a third-level origin core stage martial artist. They were shocked because although Duan Lingtian was a third-level origin core stage martial artist, he wasn't a match for the fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino. How could this be possible? Xiao Fei stared blankly at the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, and he had a face full of disbelief. How could this pretty boy possibly have such a formidable strength? Xiao Fei's face sank. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent had already far surpassed his. When he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he was far from having such a cultivation. In an instant, his chest was filled with jealousy. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure that flashed straight for the elephant rhino, his face was gloomy, his eyes flickered with cold lights, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. So what if he's at the third level of the origin core stage? Isn't he still going to die under the elephant rhino's fangs? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for a third-level origin core stage martial artist to survive under the elephant rhino's fangs. Hu Li, Duan Lingtian is the same as us, he's also at the third level of the origin core stage. If the three of us join forces, even if we're unable to kill this elephant rhino, we ought to be able to force it to retreat. After finding out about Duan Lingtian's true cultivation, Shirlan looked at Hu Li and her eyes shone, and a trace of joy appeared on her beautiful face that was filled with spirit. Okay. Hu Li nodded and dashed out with Shirlan. If 3 third-level origin core stage martial artists joined forces, it was indeed possible to force the elephant rhino to retreat. But in next to no time, Shirlan and Hu Li's figures that flashed out stopped, because a figure flashed towards them and blocked their path, not allowing them to make a move to help Duan Lingtian. Xiao Fei, what's the meaning of this? Hu Li's face went ghastly pale. Now, he'd already seen Duan Lingtian and the elephant rhino fighting, and was using a profound movement technique to tangle with the elephant rhino. As far as he was concerned, if he was slightly later, Duan Lingtian would very likely lose his life. Xiao Fei, what does it have to do with you that we're going to help Duan Lingtian? Don't go too far. Shirlan didn't expect that Xiao Fei would block their path, and her beautiful face went pale. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a sheen of rage as she stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. Shirlan, Hu Li, I didn't intentionally block the two of you. I'm only helping that pretty boy. Didn't he tell the two of you that he doesn't need your help? Since it's like this, as a member of the small team, I naturally have to help him block the two of you, so as to avoid the two of you stealing his limelight. Xiao Fei grinned, and his smile was extremely brilliant, with an expression of awe-inspiring righteousness. It was as if he was really helping Duan Lingtian out of the kindness of his heart. However, Xiao Fei's smile was so fake in the eyes of Shirlan and Hu Li. Xiao Fei, it's fine if you don't help Duan Lingtian, but you're even stopping us from helping him. Must you see him die before you're happy? Hu Li's eyes were crimson red, and he raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the sheathed sword on his back, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Xiao Fei, move aside. Shirlan's voice had a trace of icy cold rage mixed within, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in her hand. What? The two of you still want to make a move against me? Do the two of you think you're a match for me? The corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a cold smile, and a dark green spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Don't forget, not only does my cultivation far surpass the two of you, the spirit sword in my hand is a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Xiao Fei's face had a trace of disdain mixed within as he looked at Hu Li and Shirlan. In his eyes, not to mention Hu Li and Shirlan. Even if Hu Li, Shirlan, and that pretty boy joined forces, it was impossible for them to be a match for him. If you still don't move aside, then we won't hold back anymore. Shirlan's beautiful face had traces of rage mixed within, and she felt loathing towards Xiao Fei's current actions from the bottom of her heart. Why didn't she notice in the past that Xiao Fei was actually such a vicious person? Today, she could be considered to have completely seen Xiao Fei's true colors. Xiao Fei, move aside. Hu Li had an excited expression as the 3-foot-long blade left its sheath and fell into his hand. What? The two of you really want to make a move against me? Then let me see if the two of you have made any progress recently. Xiao Fei started laughing, and his smile contained traces of disdain. Swish. Swish. Shirlan and Hu Li couldn't restrain themselves any longer, and they directly swung their swords and attacked, flashing straight towards Xiao Fei. Whereas Xiao Fei seemed as if he was playing with the two of them, and their swords were easily blocked by his sword, not to mention that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand far surpassed the grade 8 spirit sword in Shirlan and Hu Li's hands. In terms of strength, he was a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, and compared to the 3rd-level Origin Core stage martial artist Shirlan and Hu Li, he possessed an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Under his sword, Shirlan and Hu Li were no different than children. Whoosh! Presently, Duan Lingtian was executing the Spirit Serpent movement technique with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, flashing around the elephant rhino. Every time, he managed to dodge the elephant rhinoceros's charge without any mishap. The sharp fangs of the elephant rhino brushed past the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian many times, yet it didn't even touch the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes. Roar! The elephant rhino was finally enraged and went berserk. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian didn't dare execute the Spirit Serpent movement technique with his strength at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage to play with the elephant rhino. The current elephant rhino had already completely revealed the speed it should possess as a 4th level Origin Core stage fierce beast. The the speed revealed by the strength of 60 ancient mammoths was far from something his speed revealed by the strength of 40 ancient mammoths could compare to. Instantly, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths appeared above Duan Lingtian as well. Now, he was similarly dodging the elephant rhino's attacks with ease. Suddenly, the sound of weapons colliding sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian frowned. Could it be that Shirlan and Huli have encountered danger? When he flipped over and descended onto the back of the elephant rhino and looked over, he saw a scene that caused him to be incomparably furious. Xiao Fei. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy, as he was able to discern that Xiao Fei was playing with Shirlan and Huli. Whereas Xiao Fei's objective was obviously to stop Shirlan and Huli from helping him. Although he didn't need Shirlan and Huli's help, Xiao Fei's current actions still completely infuriated him. I originally wanted to play with you for a while longer, but now, I don't have the time to play with you. Duan Lingtian gazed at the elephant rhino beneath his feet, and his eyes went cold. Instantly, 20 of the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished into thin air, and it once again sharply reduced to 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian once again controlled his strength to the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. It was comparable to an ordinary third-level origin core stage martial artist. Whoosh! In Duan Lingtian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. This 3-foot-long blade was precisely the one he refined when he bet his life on weapons refinement with the Chu family's second elder in the Swallow Mountain County's county city. It was capable of amplifying strength by 20%. Suddenly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian drew his sword. The strength of the Grade 8 spirit sword bloomed, and the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky instantly became 48 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His sword flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the head of the elephant rhino. The place where the sword descended encountered extremely great resistance. The skin of this elephant rhino is really thick. Chapter 275. Roar. Although the 3-foot-long blade had only pierced a little into the elephant rhino's head, the elephant rhino still felt pain. It let out a sorrowful roar, and its enormous body started to sway intensely, wanting to throw Duan Lingtian off. Duan Lingtian was as steady as Mount Tai, unmoved, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Quake energy. Origin energy coiled around the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, and it started to vibrate intensely, and the frequency became faster and faster. OM. 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 The terrifying quake energy vibrated within the origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade, and the solid skin of the elephant rhino was quickly torn apart, and the tip of the sword pierced straight into the skull of the elephant rhino. Fresh blood shot out violently. The quake energy was still continuing. The vibrating origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand directly shattered the skull of the elephant rhino. Roar! The elephant rhino emitted the last low roar of its life, and subsequently, its enormous body collapsed with a bang, and dust suffused the air. Dead. Bang! The elephant rhino's enormous body collapsed, causing the earth to tremble, and it also caused the 3 people fighting in the distance to notice the commotion, and they all stopped. This. Shirlan and Huli stared blankly at the elephant rhino collapsing, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually killed the elephant rhino. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. No. Impossible. Impossible. Xiao Fei looked at the scene before him and was completely dumbstruck. That pretty boy actually killed the elephant rhino? How could this be possible? He was surely dreaming, surely. But, when he pinched his thigh and felt the pain coming from his thigh, he realized that all this wasn't a dream, but was real. Duan Lingtian took out the elephant rhino's inner core and returned to Shirlan and Huli's side, then he passed the inner core in his hand to Huli. Huli, keep it first, we'll divide it equally later. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Huli gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up, then he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't see how you attacked earlier. You're actually able to kill a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino, with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. It's simply unbelievable. Speaking up to here, Hu Li's eyes were filled with resentment as he swept a glance at Xiao Fei, who was not far away. Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. Shilan also looked at Duan Lingtian with a look of worship. Duan Lingtian killing the elephant rhino had given her too much of a shock. Before today, if someone told her that a 3rd level origin core stage martial artist was able to kill a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, she would absolutely not believe it. But now, she had no choice but to believe. Because it happened right in front of her eyes. Very quickly, Shilan seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of anger. Xiao Fei, from now on, you go your own way, and we'll go ours. Shilan's heart was filled with rage when she recalled what happened earlier. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was fine, otherwise, she would never be able to forgive herself for her entire lifetime. After all, it was she who pulled Duan Lingtian into their small group. Xiao Fei, leave. Hu Li, will take it as I've never known you in the future. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of displeasure. Now that he saw Xiao Fei, he couldn't help but recall what happened earlier, and he was extremely furious. What? Now that you two have this pretty boy, you intend to get rid of him after he's outlived his usefulness? Xiao Fei's face had already sunk when Shilan spoke, and now his gaze went cold when he heard Hu Li's words. Do you two think that I, Xiao Fei, am someone that you can order around at will? He was already envious of Duan Lingtian, and now when he saw Shilan and Hu Li actually wanted to drive him away for the sake of Duan Lingtian, a wave of evil flames instantly arose within his heart. Actually, asking him to leave this small group was nothing. But when he thought of how he left because of this pretty boy, his heart was filled with resentment, and he wasn't willing to let it go. Xiao Fei, what you did earlier really disappointed us. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei, and his face sank. I've said it before, I was only helping this pretty boy earlier. The facts prove that I was right to stop you two from making a move, as he himself is able to kill the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei sneered, as if he'd long since known that Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill the elephant rhino. Actually, how could Shilan and Hu Li not be aware of his little thoughts? For a moment, their expressions became unsightly. Shameless. Alright, there's no need for you two to harm each other because of me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. When Shilan and Hu Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were stunned for a moment. If it was someone else that helped Xiao Fei plead for leniency, they wouldn't find it strange, but the person that was pleading for leniency was Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Humph. At least you're sensible. When Xiao Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he laughed complacently, as he thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of him. As far as he was concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill the elephant rhino, it was only because Duan Lingtian's luck was good. Moreover, Duan Lingtian spent a very long time before killing the elephant rhino. If he were to rely on a grade 7 spirit sword to make a move, he only needed a single move, and it would be sufficient to kill the elephant rhino in an instant. Duan Lingtian was nothing in his eyes. Although Shilan and Hu Li didn't know why Duan Lingtian wanted to help Xiao Fei plead for leniency, but since Duan Lingtian, the person involved, didn't fuss about it, they didn't say anything further. However, they'd completely taken Xiao Fei to be a stranger now. Xiao Fei didn't mind, as he stayed behind only for the sake of venting his anger and fighting for face. Moreover, he would absolutely not let that pretty boy have an easy time. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiao Fei's icy cold gaze that swept over, but he didn't mind. A wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if everything was within his grasp. Let's continue walking. Duan Lingtian called out to Shilan and Hu Li before continuing forward. Seeing Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walking forward, Xiao Fei naturally followed. His icy cold gaze didn't leave Duan Lingtian's side from beginning to end. Now, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he wanted to see Duan Lingtian being killed by the fierce beast. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. The group of people continued to walk forward, and they'd only walked for a short while when Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps. What's wrong? Shilan and Xiao Fei both had puzzled expressions. Coward. Xiao Fei sneered and continued walking forward. I'm afraid we've encountered trouble. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke slowly. At the beginning, Shilan and Hu Li were slightly curious, but in next to no time, their gazes shot into the distance, and their pupils couldn't help but constrict. A leopard with an ugly appearance and a body that was thin like a bag of bones walked over from the distance. This leopard had a pair of dark green eyes, and every step it took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that smashed onto their chests, causing them to be slightly unable to catch their breath. Savage leopard. Xiao Fei's exclaim of surprise sounded out at almost the exact same time, and traces of fear and terror were mixed within. Savage leopard, a 6th level origin core stage fierce beast. Even if he went against the savage leopard, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Once the savage leopard attacked, it was able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas he, even if he relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to attack, he would at most be able to exert the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. Amongst them, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths came from his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. The other strength of 16 ancient mammoths relied on the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword. This was only offensive strength. In terms of offensive strength, he had a grade 7 spirit sword, but it was still inferior to the savage leopard. In terms of speed, a grade 7 spirit sword was unable to amplify speed, so his speed could only rely on the strength of 60 ancient mammoths to boost it. It was far inferior to the speed of the savage leopard that was boosted by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. When he saw the savage leopard's pair of dark green eyes staring at him, Xiao Fei started to retreat. He was clear in his heart about the savage leopard's habits. Once the savage leopard targeted a person, it would chase after that person to the death, and even if that person fled, the savage leopard would still chase after that person and tear that person into pieces. So, it was practically impossible for him to flee. A crazy idea arose within his heart: if someone attacked the savage leopard, then the savage leopard would surely temporarily give up on that person and turn to target the person that attacked it. In next to no time, Xiao Fei retreated to the vicinity of Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and he shouted out explosively. Shilan, Hu Li, and that pretty boy. Let's join forces and kill this savage leopard. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 didn't move when they heard Xiao Fei, and they looked at Xiao Fei as if they were looking at an idiot. Xiao Fei, do you think we don't know the habits of the savage leopard? You want us to attack the savage leopard and attract its attention. Then you can seize the opportunity to escape. Facing the savage leopard, Shilan's heart was filled with fear, and her delicate body slightly trembled from fear. But now that she heard Xiao Fei's words, she couldn't help but open her mouth to ridicule him. Xiao Fei, you're too vicious. Hu Li's expression was extremely unsightly. This Xiao Fei actually wanted to step on their corpses to escape. Did he really think he was an idiot? The savage leopard was very calm and didn't make any sound. It walked step by step towards Xiao Fei, as if Xiao Fei was the only one left in its world at this moment. Even if Xiao Fei retreated to the back of Duan Lingtian's group of 3, the savage leopard still followed him step by step. When the savage leopard walked past Duan Lingtian's group of 3, Shilan's face was deathly pale, and her delicate body trembled without stopping. Hu Li's expression was extremely unsightly as well. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move in the slightest. He knew that after the savage leopard pounced and killed Xiao Fei, it would shift its target to them. Facing the savage leopard, Shilan and Hu Li felt a wave of powerlessness in their hearts. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. He glanced at Xiao Fei, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Did this Xiao Fei really think that he was so generous and kind enough to let him stay? Actually, before Duan Lingtian killed the elephant rhino, he'd already planned to get even with Xiao Fei. After he killed the elephant rhino and his keen spiritual force detected the aura of the savage leopard, another plan arose in his heart. The current scene was all within his control. If you don't join forces with me, then all of us will die. Xiao Fei's expression was unsightly, and traces of fear were emitted from his eyes. He didn't forget to make a final effort with the intention of persuading Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Xiao Fei, if I'm not wrong, in our small group, until now, it seems that only you haven't made a move, right? Chapter 276. As a member of our small team, if you want to share the gains with us, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Now, Duan Lingtian had completely returned everything Xiao Fei said to him earlier back to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was angered to the point his face went livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, but he was utterly unable to refute. These words were what he'd said to Duan Lingtian earlier. For a moment, he only felt that he'd lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. At this moment, he also realized a problem. Now, if he didn't take the initiative to attack the savage leopard, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 would absolutely not make a move. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the terror in his heart. I'll make a move against this savage leopard now. If all of you don't join forces with me, then once it kills me, all 3 of you can just wait to die. Xiao Fei's eyes were crimson red as he stared at the savage leopard, and origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Fei moved. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged towards the savage leopard in a menacing manner. Above him, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. When facing the savage leopard, he completely exerted the strength of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist and didn't dare hold back in the slightest. He knew clearly in his heart that at this moment, the slightest bit of holding back might instantly take his life. At the same time, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed gracefully before piercing towards one of the savage leopard's eyes. No matter what fierce beast it was, its eyes were its weakness. Now, beside the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Xiao Fei, another 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, the might of a grade 7 spirit weapon. He used his full strength in this sword strike. This Xiao Fei is rather smart. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw Xiao Fei attacking the savage leopard's eyes. But he didn't look favorably upon Xiao Fei. The savage leopard's speed was far from something Xiao Fei could compare to. It was impossible for Xiao Fei's sword strike to touch the savage leopard. The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian thought. The 6th-level origin core stage fierce beast, the savage leopard's figure flashed and easily avoided Xiao Fei's sword strike. Roar! The savage leopard roared for the first time, and it was full of anger. No! Xiao Fei's pupils constricted when he saw savage leopard getting out of the way and pouncing towards him. He let out a shrill cry. The next moment, his body was sent flying by the savage leopard. Then, the savage leopard opened its bloody mouth and bit at one of Xiao Fei's legs. With a ba-ji sound, it tore off one of Xiao Fei's legs and blood spilled all over the ground. Ah! Xiao Fei's blood-curdling screams were incomparably mournful, causing people's hair to stand on end. What are you waiting for? Xiao Fei's complexion was deathly pale. With great difficulty, he used his elemental energy to stop the bleeding of his wounds. He shouted at Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Shirlan and Power of whose expressions turned ugly. Asking them to take action? Wouldn't that be sending him to his death? However, when they thought of the fact that they were going to die no matter what and when they saw Xiao Fei's current miserable state, they glanced at Duan Lingtian who was at the side. Soon after, they looked at each other and fiercely nodded their heads, as if they had made some kind of decision. Duan Lingtian, we'll stall for time for you. Hurry up and flee. Power of who suddenly shouted out explosively. His entire body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as the 3-foot-long azure sword in his hand flashed out. Skynet sword technique. Sword images that filled the sky descended and enveloped the savage leopard. Duan Lingtian, quickly flee. Shilan also shouted at Duan Lingtian and followed Power of Hu as her sword flashed towards the savage leopard. At this moment, Shilan and Power of Hu's gazes were unprecedentedly firm. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was so high and his future achievements were limitless. If he were to die here like this, then it would truly be a pity. Moreover, they really took Duan Lingtian as a companion and a friend. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and a trace of warmth emerged within his heart. It had already been a long time since he was moved like this. The last time was over 3 years ago when Fatty Li Xian blocked Duan Lingxing's palm strike for him. Only then did he feel this kind of emotion, two madmen. Seeing Shilan and Power of Hu facing death unflinchingly, Xiao Fei endured the pain and his face was deathly pale and unsightly. Never had he imagined that even at this moment, Shilan and Power of Hu were actually still thinking of protecting Duan Lingtian. This caused endless jealousy and hatred to arise within his heart. Based on what? Based on what can he make Shilan and Power of Hu act like this, but I can't. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. There was also a trace of cold killing intent that was about to devour someone. Roar! The savage leopard originally intended to kill Xiao Fei, but now that it noticed Shilan and Power of Hu flashing towards it, it instantly changed its target. A pair of dark green eyes stared fixedly at Shilan and Power of Hu, containing traces of coldness. Seeing the savage leopard pouncing over, a trace of despair flashed within Shilan and Power of Hu's eyes. But within this despair, there were traces of other emotions mixed within. There was determination, and facing death unflinchingly. Everything was for the sake of fighting for a chance of survival for Duan Lingtian. Be careful. Duan Lingtian finally made a move. He knew that if he still didn't make a move, Shilan and Power of Hu would die without a doubt. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Duan Lingtian's figure seemed to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow, and it was incomparably swift as it flashed directly towards the location of the savage leopard. At this moment, he didn't hold back any longer and used his entire strength to dash out. Shilan and Power of Hu were in imminent danger. He didn't dare dally. No. Impossible. Xiao Fei, who had one of his legs bitten off by the savage leopard, just happened to be facing Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw the 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian, he was completely dumbstruck. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. According to his knowledge, even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist seemed to only possess the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, right? This Duan Lingtian is a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. How old is he? Instantly, traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent would actually be so terrifying. So terrifying that it caused him to be shocked. Of course, after the shock in his heart was boundless jealousy and hatred. The heavens are unfair. Why does this pretty boy have such good natural talent? Whoosh! At the same time that Duan Lingtian dashed out, a sword appeared in his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword. He didn't dare be careless when facing the savage leopard. Shilan and Power of Hu only heard an awe-inspiring sound of the wind coming from behind them, then an incomparably swift figure descended before them. Duan Lingtian. Shilan and Power of Hu's faces went ghastly pale. Presently, they didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift, and there was only one thought in their hearts. Duan Lingtian actually didn't flee? Right when helplessness and bitterness arose within their hearts, and they thought that Duan Lingtian would die with them. They inadvertently saw the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. This glance almost caused them to be frightened out of their wits. They clearly saw that along with the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand flashing out and his origin energy blossomed, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Duan Lingtian utilizing the amplification strength of the grade 7 spirit sword on top of his own strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when facing the savage leopard that pounced over. Sword drawing arts. A straightforward sword strike was easily executed in Duan Lingtian's hand. In the eyes of Shirlan and power of Hu, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have instantly vanished without a trace. Of course, they knew that this wasn't true disappearance. Instead, the speed of the sword had attained a certain degree, causing it to be difficult for their eyes to catch sight of it. Their hearts were completely in suspense. They stared dumbstruck at the scene before them. Roar, at the same time that the savage leopard pounced over, it seemed to have noticed how terrifying Duan Lingtian's sword strike was, and its dark green eyes emitted a trace of terror as it let out a low roar and its body shook, wanting to dodge. But, even though the savage leopard's speed was swift, Duan Lingtian's sword was even swifter. The savage leopard's speed was at most driven by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duan Lingtian's sword strike instead contained the amplification strength of the grade 7 spirit sword, and the speed of the sword was driven by the strength of an entire 90 ancient mammoths. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly entered between the brows of the savage leopard. This wasn't the end. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Quake energy. Instantly, origin energy raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it vibrated at an extremely fast frequency, and the frequency became faster and faster. OM. 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 Under the urging of the origin energy, the terrifying quake energy entered into the skull of the crippled leopard as if it was crushing dry weeds. Crack. Crack. The ear-piercing sound of bones shattering abruptly sounded out, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. Roar, the savage leopard emitted its final low roar, and its pair of dark green eyes that were incomparably dazzling a moment ago had completely dimmed down in the next moment. Its body that was only skin and bones crashed down, and it was completely devoid of any signs of life. The 6th level origin core stage fierce beast, savage leopard, was dead. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. Shirlan and Huli stared blankly at this scene, and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure was so tall in their eyes, tall like a mountain, and they could rely on him. Huli fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and until now, he still hadn't calmed down the shock in his heart. At that moment earlier, he only felt that his heart was almost scared to the point of stopping. Although Shirlan's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Huli's, the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with a complicated expression. She recalled the scene when she'd just met Duan Lingtian not long ago, and at that time, she'd even saved Duan Lingtian. Now it would seem that Duan Lingtian had completely suppressed his strength to play with that fierce beast at that time, whereas her actions of saving Duan Lingtian were only superfluous. When she thought up to here, her cheeks couldn't help but slightly burn. But Duan Lingtian's strength still deeply shocked Shirlan and Huli. As far as they were concerned, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was at least at the 5th level of the origin core stage. A 5th level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20. According to their knowledge, such a monster seemed to have never appeared in the 7-star sword sect. You're a 5th level origin core stage martial artist. A slightly hoarse voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with traces of icy cold hatred. Duan Lingtian glanced over. Chapter 277. Xiao Fei's voice was somewhat hysterical, close to a roar. His face was flushed red, as if someone was tightly choking his neck. His pair of ghastly eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, flickering with frightening killing intent. Duan Lingtian obviously had the strength to kill the savage leopard, but he didn't make a move and allowed the savage leopard to tear off one of his legs. He was almost certain. This Duan Lingtian was absolutely intentional. Legs being torn off by the savage leopard and being chopped off by a human with a sharp weapon were two completely different concepts. The latter, as long as it was dealt with in time, there was still hope to reconnect. The former was impossible to reconnect. I'll be a cripple in the future. I'll be a cripple in the future. And all of this is because of him, all because of him. Xiao Fei's heart was filled with despair. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't be crippled. He pushed all of the fault onto Duan Lingtian. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that all of his origin energy was used to stop the gushing blood from his wound, he would have definitely made a move against Duan Lingtian to vent the hatred in his heart. Although he wasn't Duan Lingtian's match. But Duan Lingtian had destroyed him. He hated. It could be imagined that now that he had lost a leg, it was impossible for him to have a future. His life was destined to be a cripple, mediocre and useless. I did it on purpose. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao Fei's words, he didn't deny it. He smiled coldly. Xiao Fei, even if I did it on purpose, so what? Why do you think I should save you? Xiao Fei's face sank. That's right, why should this Duan Lingtian save him? Xiao Fei. Duan Lingtian coldly stared at Xiao Fei. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. From the moment I joined this small group, you were unhappy with me in every possible way. You spoke rudely, but I didn't care. Only, later on, you actually wanted me to throw away my life. In order to make me make a move, you ridiculed me many times. It was nothing more than wanting to infuriate me and make me lose my reason. Is that so? Xiao Fei didn't deny it. His eyes were cold, but you didn't die. Yeah, I didn't die. Because I'm not the first-level origin core stage martial artist in your eyes. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. I can imagine that if I was really only a first-level origin core stage martial artist today, I would undoubtedly die when going against that elephant rhino. I'm very curious. Today is the first time we've met. Why do you hate me so much, and even want me to die? I just want you to die. Xiao Fei's eyes had a piercingly cold light. You, a first-level origin core stage trash, on what basis should you join our small group and share the gains with us? Since Shirlan and Huli want to keep you, then let me see how they'll be able to protect you with their strength. As he spoke up to hear, Xiao Fei looked at Shirlan and Huli, and coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. And you too, Xiao Fei, a dignified fourth-level origin core stage martial artist, entering this primeval forest with you too is your honor. You too actually disobeyed me many times for this pretty boy. How can I endure it? I just want this pretty boy to die, and only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Fei's face revealed slight insanity. Xiao Fei. Shirlan and Huli's faces sank, as they never imagined that Xiao Fei was actually so narrow-minded. Just because of this, he wanted to make Duan Lingtian throw away his life? Traces of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. Fortunately, they saw Xiao Fei's true colors clearly today. Otherwise, even if they were sold by Xiao Fei in the future, they might still be helping Xiao Fei count the money. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to be enveloped in a layer of coldness as he stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. You conspired against me and wanted to make me throw away my life, that's fine. But you, what did you do when I was fighting the elephant rhino? I don't care if you don't help me. But Shirlan and Huli wanted to help me, why did you obstruct them? On what basis did you obstruct them? Duan Lingtian's voice contained extreme rage mixed within. Humph. Xiao Fei's cold eyes swept Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed insanity. But unfortunately, the elephant rhino was actually unable to kill you, pretty boy. I never imagined that you, pretty boy, concealed yourself so deeply. As he finished speaking, traces of unwillingness were mixed within Xiao Fei's tone. Duan Lingtian smiled, and his smile was very brilliant. So you're saying that you wish for nothing more than for me to die? Xiao Fei sneered. Yes, I wish for nothing more than for you to die. It's good that you admit it. Since it's like this, what does it have to do with me that you're being chased by the savage leopard? Why should I save you? Let me ask you, if there was a person who wished for nothing more than to kill you and was faced with a desperate situation, would you save him? Following Duan Lingtian's question with a smile, Xiao Fei's expression was as unsightly as it could be. Looks like you already have an answer in your heart. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face also gradually vanished. The grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled and landed before Xiao Fei's eyes. You. What are you doing? When Xiao Fei saw Duan Lingtian's actions, traces of coldness arose within his heart, and his face contained traces of fear as he shouted. Duan Lingtian. Shilan and Hu Li were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions as well. Although they were extremely displeased with Xiao Fei in their hearts, they'd never thought of killing Xiao Fei. What am I doing? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile when he heard Xiao Fei's naive words. Xiao Fei, are you really so naive? You've tried to harm me time and time again, and I've tolerated you time and time again. Now, I can't endure it any longer. Could it be that I can't give you a taste of your own medicine? You want to kill me? Xiao Fei was muddled, and in the next moment, his eyes squinted and were suffused with a trace of icy coldness as he shouted in a low voice. You can't kill me. The 7-star sword sect has a rule that even if there's deep enmity between sect disciples, unless they ascend the life and death arena, they're not allowed to kill each other. Sect rule? Life and death arena? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Fei with ridicule. Xiao Fei, do you think that if I kill you in this primeval forest, then destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence? So long as Shilan and Hu Li don't speak of it, a fourth person would know that it was me who killed you? Naive. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale. Right, if he were to die in this primeval forest, how could the 7-star sword sect know that he was killed by Duan Lingtian? Shilan, Hu Li. Xiao Fei looked at Shilan and Hu Li, as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. You two can't let him kill me. Don't forget, my brother knows that I came to the primeval forest with you too. If he doesn't see me return, he'll surely suspect you too. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. Shilan and Hu Li's faces went slightly pale, only now did they recall that Xiao Fei still had an older brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Shilan and Hu Li. A trace of fear appeared in Hu Li's eyes, and he slowly said, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Fei indeed has an older brother, and he's a Fecta peak disciple as well. He's a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's tone was filled with fear. As far as he was concerned. Although Duan Lingtian was able to kill Savage Leopard, and relying on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, he was even able to exert a formidable attack that was comparable to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. However, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was only at the 5th level of the origin core stage after all. Whereas although Xiao Fei's older brother's strength was comparable to Savage Leopard, he was a human martial artist. In terms of speed, Xiao Fei's older brother wasn't inferior to Savage Leopard. In terms of attack, Xiao Fei's older brother was a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, and even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he was still able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, comparable to Savage Leopard. If a spirit weapon was used, it was able to increase the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, Xiao Fei's older brother relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to exert an attack that was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. It was far from something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. 6th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Even if a 6th level origin core stage martial artist possessed a grade 7 spirit sword, when exerted at full strength, it would only be comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. If he relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths, then utilized the WYRM Python form's quake energy, he might not be unable to battle Xiao Fei's older brother. So, he wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. Ha! Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Fei, then looked at Shilan and Hu Li with his character, even if I let him off today. Could it be that after he returns to the 7-star sword sect, he wouldn't ask his older brother to take revenge on us? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. But it didn't mean that Shilan and Hu Li weren't afraid. Now, he only wanted to get rid of future troubles for Shirlan and Hu Li. After all, he really took Shirlan and Hu Li to be his friends in his heart, and he didn't wish for the two of them to suffer any harm because of what happened today. When he saw Shirlan and Hu Li slightly hesitating, Duan Lingtian added, "How about this, I'll kill Xiao Fei. After you two return, if his older brother really comes looking for you two, then say that you two separated from Xiao Fei in the primeval forest, and that Xiao Fei traveled with me later on, so ask his older brother to come look for me at Migres Peak." Duan Lingtian thought that the reason Shirlan and Hu Li hesitated was because they were worried that once Xiao Fei died, Xiao Fei's older brother would look for trouble with them. So, he removed any future worries for the two of them. "Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about? We're a group, and we'll face difficulties together. We'll absolutely not betray you." Hu Li was instantly slightly unhappy when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Exactly, we'll absolutely not do that." At the same time that Duan Lingtian spoke, a terrifying bloodthirsty killing intent rose from his body and enveloped Xiao Fei's body, pressuring Xiao Fei to the point that his face turned pale and his eyes revealed fear. No matter what, Xiao Fei would never have thought that this young man around the age of 20 would actually have such a terrifying killing intent. How many people had he actually killed? He didn't dare to imagine. "Do you want to continue going deeper into the primeval forest, or return?" When Duan Lingtian looked at Shirlan and Power of Hu, the killing intent on his face vanished without a trace and was replaced by a warm smile. "Let's return." Shirlan was slightly dispirited. The events that happened today caused her to feel exhausted. Power of Hu nodded in agreement. "Then we'll return." Duan Lingtian nodded and walked side by side with Shirlan and Power of Hu. They turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest. As for Xiao Fei, after the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 disappeared before his eyes, he relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to support his body and stand up. Using the grade 7 spirit sword to replace his broken leg, he limped towards the outside of the primeval forest. He knew clearly in his heart that with his current condition, continuing to stay here would absolutely be courting death. Duan Lingtian, Shirlan, Power of Hu. "I, Xiao Fei, will absolutely not let you have an easy time. All of you, just wait to suffer the wrath of my brother." Xiao Fei wiped off the bloodstains on his face, and traces of hatred and killing intent flashed past his eyes. The current Xiao Fei, compared to the him who begged for mercy earlier, seemed to have become a completely different person, outside the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 heaved a sigh of relief. After leaving the primeval forest, they didn't have to continue being vigilant if there were any fierce beasts lying dormant in the surroundings. Their strained nerves had all relaxed. "Duan Lingtian, you're too formidable. Your current age ought to only be around 20, right?" Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of admiration and adoration. "I'll be 20 in another month." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In a month's time, he would be 20 years old. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shirlan and Power of Hu to instantly be petrified. Although they'd once suspected that Duan Lingtian might be below the age of 20, but when it really came to Duan Lingtian's own admission, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, as if a tempestuous wave had arisen on the calm surface of the sea, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. 5th level origin core stage martial artist below the age of 20. Using monstrous wasn't enough to describe such natural talent. Freak. Power of Hu held back for a long time before sending out the 2 words Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would never be able to get away from the title of pervert. "Duan Lingtian, how exactly did you cultivate?" Shirlan was filled with shock towards Duan Lingtian being able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age, but she was even more curious about Duan Lingtian's cultivation experience. "I don't know either. I casually cultivated to this extent." Duan Lingtian shrugged, then shook his head and smiled. Sherlan, the natural talent of martial artists isn't the same in Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian's natural talent is absolutely top-notch. This is something we can't envy. Power of Hu shook his head, as he knew his own limitations. Even though it's like this, isn't the gap too great? Sherlan blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with intelligence, then she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Although Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that he was a person that would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Now, Zhao Lin had set his sights on the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, and would surely not let it go. So, he had to be careful and prudent, and absolutely couldn't allow Zhao Lin to find an opportunity. Following the crooked tree, Duan Lingtian once again returned to the stalactite cave. Where's Little Black and Little White? Duan Lingtian had only just entered the stalactite cave when he noticed that the two little pythons had disappeared, and his face instantly went ghastly pale as his heart burned with anxiety. Although Little Black and Little White are playful, they normally wouldn't walk around randomly. Could it be that something happened? Duan Lingtian realized as well that no matter how anxious he was, it was useless, and he had to calm down before being able to make the most accurate judgment. Could it be that someone came here? Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but jerk. Before long, he started to follow the ground of the stalactite cave, and the ground of the cave passageway to investigate. In the end, he confirmed one thing. Besides him, there wasn't a second person that came here. Moreover, he noticed the traces left behind by the two little fellows not long ago on the cave passageway. In other words, the two little fellows left by themselves. Where did Little Black and Little White go? Could it be that they went to look for me? Duan Lingtian noticed that the traces left behind by the two little pythons vanished when they arrived at the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak and investigated for a while, and in the end, he noticed that there weren't any traces of the little pythons on the peak. In other words, the two little fellows didn't arrive at the peak. Could it be that they can grow wings and fly? Duan Lingtian frowned, and in next to no time, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Or perhaps they fell down from the crooked tree? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his feelings that had just calmed down became anxious once again. Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak and arrived at Dubhe Peak, then left the 7-star sword sect. He didn't go anywhere else, and instead arrived at the foot of Migres Peak. He wanted to confirm that the two little fellows didn't fall down. At the foot of the precipitous Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian noticed the traces of the little pythons as expected. Glancing at the precipitous cliff, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that there were traces of the little pythons walking on it. In other words, the two little fellows followed along the cliff and climbed down. Their courage is really great. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Migres Peak that stood ramrod straight, and the precipitousness of this sword peak caused traces of coldness to be unable to help but arise within his heart. Duan Lingtian's words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's deeds from yesterday and realized Duan Lingtian's confidence at this moment. He was slightly perturbed in his heart. If it was only an ordinary spar, then so what if he agreed? But Duan Lingtian now wanted to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. Once a 7-star sword sect disciple ascended the life and death arena, it meant that they were betting their lives on it. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the reason he came to look for Duan Lingtian today was only because the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, sent him over. As far as he was concerned, there was entirely no need to throw his life away for this matter. Of course, the most important thing was Duan Lingtian was too mysterious. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena yesterday to witness the battle with his own 2 eyes, he'd heard of the specific course of events. Duan Lingtian only relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords with the same cultivation as him in a single move. Such methods caused one to be shocked. Duan Lingtian couldn't be judged by common sense. So, although he was confident of his strength and felt that he ought to not lose to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't dare agree to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. How could Duan Lingtian be unable to discern Lu Yu's thoughts when he saw Lu Yu's face flickering between a livid and ashen expression, and he instantly had a disdainful expression. F***K off. Lu Yu was still pondering when he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps, seeming to be in a slightly sorry state. 5th level of the Origin Core stage? Only a so-so. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Lu Yu, then laughed in ridicule, not leaving the slightest bit of face for Lu Yu. As far as he was concerned, there was no enmity between him and Lu Yu wanting to seize his cultivation method was only asking for humiliation, and wasn't worthy of sympathy. Lu Yu only returned to his senses after Duan Lingtian left, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier, he was indeed afraid. Afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. Before life, everything else seemed to be so unimportant, but the current Lu Yu didn't know. It wouldn't be long before he understood how wise and correct his decision today was. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples booed without end. Their faces all revealed a wisp of ridicule when they saw Lu Yu leave in a sorry state. Since this Lu Yu didn't dare accept Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, then don't try to be a big shot and offend Duan Lingtian. Now he's in a difficult position. He's simply asking for humiliation. Duan Lingtian is really awesome, scaring Lu Yu to the point he didn't even dare let out a fart. Of course. Duan Lingtian is our Migres Peak's little freak, and can't be judged by common sense. Now, even if he's able to kill a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, and after returning to the stalactite cave, he sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. Now, Duan Lingtian's pressing matter at hand was to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. At that time, not only would his strength obtain a swift increase, even his quake energy would obtain an increase. He was extremely curious, when he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, to what extent would his quake energy rise to Migra's peak, within a gorge that was filled with light. A middle-aged man and a young man stood facing each other. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, you should find someone else. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Lin, and a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. What? He refused you? Zhao Lin's eyes squinted, and a piercingly cold light flashed within them as he asked in a low voice. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. You didn't teach him a lesson? Zhao Lin continued. Lu Yu shook his head. Why? Zhao Lin frowned. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Lingtian killed 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists yesterday, Lu Yu was a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist after all, and ought to be sufficient to deter Duan Lingtian. But now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. He invited me to battle on the life and death arena. I didn't dare gamble. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Yu's mouth, then he called out before turning around and leaving. Bang! Bring me to see power of who? What actually happened? Duan Lingtian urged Hechuan to lead the way in front, and he asked as he walked out with quick steps, and his face was filled with anxiousness. 2 months ago, in the primeval forest, Power of who risked his life to strive for a chance of survival for him. From that moment onwards, he'd taken Power of who to be a friend of life and death in his heart. Now, when he heard that something happened to Power of who, his heart burned with anxiety. At the same time, he urgently wanted to know what actually happened to Power of who, whoosh. Right when Duan Lingtian and Hechuan were about to step onto the chain bridge, a figure that was swift like the wind blocked before Duan Lingtian and Hechuan. This was a young man around the age of 25, with delicate features, yet his eyes were incomparably fierce. Senior brother Tang Bai. Hechuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this young man. Meanwhile, many Migres Peak disciples saw this scene and surrounded them. It's Duan Lingtian. He's finally appeared. I thought he knew that senior brother Tang Bai was looking for him everywhere, and intentionally hid himself. Senior brother Tang Bai has been looking for him for over a month, and he's finally appeared. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded them discussed animatedly. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with a trace of crimson red, and he stared at the young man that blocked his way as he shouted coldly. Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely on Power of who. He urgently wanted to see Power of who now, and wanted to know exactly what had happened to Power of who. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is too awesome, directly asking senior brother Tang Bai to F***K off. He wouldn't be unaware of senior brother Tang Bai, right? Senior brother Tang Bai isn't someone that Lu Yu from 2 months ago can compare to. Senior brother Tang Bai's expression has changed. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune. I really wonder where his courage comes from. Even if he's killed 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists, so what? Senior brother Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. The group of Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. Although Duan Lingtian had once shocked all of them 2 months ago, as far as they were concerned, no matter how heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, he was only a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying he was at most comparable to a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. When facing a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he could only be bashed. Tang Bai's face went gloomy. On Migres Peak, there hadn't been an outer court disciple that dared be so arrogant before him. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm as useless as that trash Lu Yu, right? Chapter 289. Right when all the Migres Peak disciples were looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow's life and death arena battle, Duan Lingtian and Yi Chun arrived at Dubhe Peak, and passed through the chain bridge to step onto Fekta Peak. Fekta Peak was similar to Migres Peak. It was a sword peak where the 7-star sword sect's outer court male disciples gathered, and not a single female disciple could be seen here. Although the current Duan Lingtian could be considered to be a celebrity in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but the people that had truly seen him were only some Migres Peak disciples, and practically no Fekta Peak disciples recognized him. Under Yi Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian walked into a gorge that couldn't be considered to be spacious. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly. On the way, he'd asked Yi Chun about Huli many times, but Yi Chun would hesitate every single time, seeming to be slightly unable to speak. A bad premonition arose within his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw Huli once again, his eyes had instead instantly transformed into crimson red. Terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Huli, who did it? Duan Lingtian's voice was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. His voice contained frightening killing intent mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. Yi Chun, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, and his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly retreated a few steps. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. The killing intent that arose from Duan Lingtian's body caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was difficult for him to imagine exactly what a young man around the age of 20 had experienced to actually be able to develop such terrifying killing intent. Duan Lingtian's body trembled intensely. At this moment, it seemed as if only Huli, who'd just hobbled out of the wooden house, remained within his gaze. Presently, Huli's leg was missing without a trace, and he could only rely on a single leg and a walking stick to walk now. Presently, Huli didn't have the drive of the past. His face was covered in messy stubble that hadn't been treated, and he stood there with a dispirited spirit. Although he was still alive, it seemed to be even more painful than death. As a martial artist, losing a leg was equivalent to having no future. Duan Lingtian. Huli saw Duan Lingtian's ghastly pale face slightly had a trace of vitality, and the corners of his mouth held a smile with difficulty. His smile had slight bitterness mixed within. It was Xiao's brother. Duan Lingtian's heart was trembling, and the accumulated flames of rage were about to completely explode his chest. Huli lightly nodded. Bring me to him. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes were suffused with dense killing intent, and it seemed as if he was about to swallow someone up. And Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Power of Hu shook his head and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't go. If you go, you will fall into their trap. If even you suffer from their revenge, Shirlan will absolutely not be able to rest in peace. As he finished speaking, Huli's body slightly trembled, and this man who bled but didn't shed tears couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears. Men don't easily shed tears, only when they haven't been deeply hurt. Huli. Seeing Huli on the verge of collapse, Hachuan took a few steps forward and supported Huli. You. What did you say? Shirlan. Shirlan is dead? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the voice coming from his throat became hoarse. He was dumbstruck on the spot, and his face was filled with disbelief. Huli's body twitched, and extreme hatred emerged on his face. He was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Duan Lingtian, let me tell you. His current cultivation was the same as when he was in the primeval forest, only at the 4th level of the origin core stage, but he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th level origin core stage martial artist. No. Duan Lingtian, absolutely not. You're not a match for Xiaoying. I know you want to take revenge for me and Shirlan, but even if Shirlan was still alive, I believe she wouldn't ask you to take revenge for her now. You going to look for Xiaoying now is entirely giving your life away. Power of Who looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian, listen to me. With your natural talent, surpassing Xiaoying in the future is only a matter of time. Endure for a few more years, and take revenge for me and Shirlan when your strength surpasses Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian understood that Power of Who was worried about him. He never imagined that even after being harmed by Xiaoying to such an extent, Power of Who still forcefully suppressed his hatred towards Xiaoying for the sake of his safety. Power of Who doing this caused his heart to feel even more uncomfortable. When he saw Duan Lingtian go silent, Power of Who thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his opinion, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, traces of bitterness appeared on the corners of Power of Who's mouth, and his eyes revealed boundless regret. Duan Lingtian, I've always been regretful these past few days. I regret why I helped Shirlan that day and asked you to spare Xiao Fei's life. I actually believed the oath of a shameless villain. I regret it. I regret it. Power of Who could imagine if he persisted in killing Xiao Fei that day. Perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. Shirlan wouldn't have died. His leg wouldn't have been crippled. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The consequences of the choice that day were destined to be borne by him. Duan Lingtian raised his head and took a deep breath. His pair of crimson-red eyes didn't contain any emotions. There was only extreme icy coldness. I was wrong in this matter as well. I shouldn't have listened to your opinions that day. If I'd persisted and killed him, there wouldn't have been any of this later on. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his voice became even more hoarse. It sounded calm, but in reality, it contained anger that was suppressed to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, it has nothing to do with you. It was me and Shirlan who were too naive and mistakenly believed Xiao Fei. Power of Who shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart that Duan Lingtian listened to his and Shirlan's opinions that day out of respect for them. In the end, this matter was him and Shirlan's mistake, and every step after that was wrong. You, have a good rest. Duan Lingtian nodded to Power of Who, then turned around and left the gorge. Power of Who originally thought that Duan Lingtian had returned to Migra's Peak, but not long after, the commotion outside the gorge caused a bad premonition to arise in his heart. He-chun, let's go take a look. When Power of Who walked out of the gorge with He-chun's support and heard the discussions outside, his face went ghastly pale. Quickly go to the life and death arena. That Migra's Peak's Duan Lingtian has come and threatened to challenge our Fekta Peak's senior brother Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian? That little freak that relied on a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage to kill 2 4th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples at the age of around 22 months ago? It's him. Quickly go over, if we're late, there won't be any good seats left. The Fekta Peak disciples all headed towards the Fekta Peak's life and death arena in extreme haste. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you listen to my dissuasion? Power of Whose face was covered in sorrow and regret. I shouldn't have allowed Duan Lingtian to know of the matter between me and Shirlan. Duan Lingtian's eyes stared fixedly at Xiaoying, as if he was deeply afraid that Xiaoying would vanish before his eyes. You ought to be a little over 20, right? I heard from my younger brother that you were a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist 2 months ago. Now, since you have the courage to battle me, I presume you've already broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Xiaoying looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, needless to say, your natural talent has surprised me. But today, you're bound to die here, and die at my hands. I, Xiaoying, am able to kill a monstrous genius in the martial Dao like you in this lifetime, and I can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Although Xiaoying's voice wasn't loud, but practically all the Fekta Peak disciples present heard it clearly. Instantly, the surroundings of the life and death arena were in an uproar. Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist? Why did senior brother Xiaoying say he's a 5th level origin core stage martial artist? Moreover, Xiaoying even said that Duan Lingtian might have broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. How could this be possible? How old is this Duan Lingtian? A young man that looks to be a little over 20 at most is able to cultivate to the 4th level of the origin core stage, and it's already shocking. If it's the 5th level of the origin core stage, or even the 6th level of the origin core stage, how would others live? Senior brother Xiaoying wouldn't have made a mistake, right? No matter what, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples were unwilling to believe that Duan Lingtian was a 5th level origin core stage martial artist or a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Behind the crowd, He Chun supported Hu Li, and looked from afar at Duan Lingtian, who was on the life and death arena. Hu Li, is Duan Lingtian really a 6th level origin core stage martial artist? He Chun was shocked when he heard Xiaoying, and asked in slight disbelief. 2 months ago, the strength he displayed was at the 5th level of the origin core stage. As for the 6th level of the origin core stage, you saw it yourself when we were still in the gorge earlier. Duan Lingtian denied that he broke through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Hu Li shook his head, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with worry. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Xiaoying today, then he would never forgive himself for his entire lifetime. After all, if it wasn't for him telling Duan Lingtian about his encounter with Shirlan, Duan Lingtian wouldn't go look for Xiaoying. On the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Xiaoying's endless chatter, and with a shake of his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Now, there was only a single thought in his heart. Kill Xiaoying and take revenge for Shirlan and Hu Li. Looks like you're already impatient to court death. The terrifying quake energy started from Xiaoying's wrist bone, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to the bones in Xiaoying's entire body. Instantly, it shattered all the bones in Xiaoying's body. Xiaoying's body was penetrated by countless shattered bones as well, and after emitting a shrill cry, his voice stopped abruptly. Dead. When Xiaoying died, his eyes were wide open, and he didn't know what had happened even until he died. Perhaps, he was unable to figure it out even until his death. Even if Xiaoying didn't use a spirit weapon, why was Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to his, able to execute a martial skill barehanded and kill him? Bang! Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, Xiaoying's body was unable to hold on any longer and crashed onto the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. The surroundings of the life and death arena was deathly silent. Xiaoying died just like that. He was killed by Duan Lingtian just like that. It was too strange. Xiaoying and I both didn't use origin energy, and the might of his claw was comparable to the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas the might of my finger was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. It just happens to be within the scope of effect of quake energy. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Xiaoying's corpse, and he thought in his heart as he recalled the scene from before. If he and Xiaoying both utilized grade 7 spirit swords, then the difference in strength between him and Xiaoying would be too great, and it would exceed the scope of effect of quake energy. Even if he utilized quake energy, it would be of no use. So, he could only choose to outsmart Xiaoying. Make Xiaoying give up the amplification of strength from the grade 7 spirit sword and fight barehanded with him. Of course, in Xiaoying's eyes, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, when facing Duan Lingtian who didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still easily crush Duan Lingtian, unexpectedly. Duan Lingtian instead possessed the monstrous quake energy to rely on. So long as the difference between the strength of his opponent and Duan Lingtian's strength was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, he could rely on quake energy to defeat someone stronger than him. Of course, Duan Lingtian's actions carried risks as well. If Xiaoying had chosen to swing his sword and execute the cutthroat sword to block his finger earlier, he would similarly be unable to utilize quake energy. Once it came to that time, if he wanted to kill Xiaoying, he could only utilize an offensive inscription. It could be said that Xiao Ying's choice earlier was destined to lead to his death. Of course, even if Xiao Ying had changed his choice earlier, he was still bound to die, and it was only a change in the method of death. I still have to thank you for saving me an offensive inscription. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Ying, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and the dense killing intent that was condensed in the depths of his eyes dissipated slightly. Sherlan, I've taken revenge for you. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart as he silently said in his heart. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wave of loud laughter broke the silence in the surroundings of the life and death arena. It was Hu Li who'd recovered from his shock, and he laughed heartily as he said in a sonorous voice, Duan Lingtian, thank you. If Sherlan is aware of this in the netherworld, she can rest in peace. Duan Lingtian nodded, then casually put away Xiao Ying's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. Then he arrived by Hu Li's side and left the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on with Hu Li and He Chun. As they watched Duan Lingtian's group of 3 leave from afar, the crowd of Fekta Peak disciples finally went into an uproar. Oh my god. This Duan Lingtian actually killed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, he was able to exert the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. So what? Even though Duan Lingtian was only at the 5th level of the origin core stage, and by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, he was only able to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. But he still killed Xiao Ying. It's unbelievable. How the heck did this Duan Lingtian kill Xiao Ying? Too terrifying. Today, the Fekta Peak was unable to calm down. Xiao Ying, an outstanding outer court disciple of the Fekta Peak with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, and he was a figure that could be called out in the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. However, he was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed by a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong, you killed Xiao Ying with the point of your finger. On the way back, the haze that had accumulated between Hu Li's brows for many days had completely vanished, and he beamed with joy and was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He Chun supported Hu Li, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had undergone a tremendous change. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian being a 5th level origin core stage martial artist had already caused him to feel incomparably shocked. When he saw Duan Lingtian kill Xiao Ying, his mood shook even more, and even now, he still hadn't completely calmed down. Hu Li, do you know where Xiao Fei lives? A trace of icy cold killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly asked. Within the spacious gorge. Xiao Fei's mood was extremely good. He whistled as he lay on the lawn and basked in the sun to his heart's content. Suddenly, a wave of voices entered into his ears, causing his gaze to abruptly light up. Brother, you've returned. Xiao Fei's hand supported himself on the ground, and he spoke with delight as he sat up. But when he saw the young man that appeared before him, his face completely went pale. Duan Lingtian, weren't you having a life and death battle with my brother on the life and death arena? Why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Xiao Fei as he spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any feelings. And the more he was like this, the more terrifying it was to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale, and he ceaselessly shook his head. No. Impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly defeat my brother? Impossible, impossible. Impossible? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a ridiculing smile. What's impossible about it? 2 months ago in the primeval forest, you asked me to go fight the elephant rhino. Didn't you think it was impossible for me to survive? Xiao Fei's body trembled. Although he was still unwilling to believe that all this was true, he realized that what was done couldn't be undone. Even if he was unwilling to believe it, the facts were like this, and he was unable to change it. Chapter 292. But, would Duan Lingtian arouse sympathy towards Xiao Fei? Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xiao Fei, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy before him, and his heart was cold as ice. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. Whoosh! His sword flashed past, killing Xiao Fei. Hiss! Pill fire ignited, burning Xiao Fei's body into ashes, and he died a graveless death. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest joy after successively killing Xiao Fei, and his mood was incomparably heavy. Shi Lan's figure was impossible to get rid of in his mind. The woman that was filled with yearning towards the future, the woman that was filled with confidence, was gone just like that. In his eyes, even if Xiao Fei died 100 times, it still wouldn't be able to compare to Shi Lan's life. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased his mood, then left the gorge and Fekta Peak. All along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Practically all the outer court disciples on Fekta Peak were now gathered at the life and death arena halfway up the mountain. After leaving Fekta Peak, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and once again arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, then directly went to Alcade Peak. He arrived at the cultivation place of the two little girls with ease, yet he noticed that the spacious gorge was completely silent and overgrown with weeds. The wooden house was tainted with a layer of dust. Obviously no one had lived here for a long time. Looks like Kerr and little Fei ought to have moved away. After leaving the gorge, Duan Lingtian inquired about the residence of the Alcade Peak outer court elder Bai, from the Alcade Peak disciples, and went to look for her. Duan Lingtian met Elder Bai as he wished. Elder Bai. Elder Bai shook her head and smiled when she saw Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Fei telling me, I still wouldn't know that the little freak of Migra's Peak that gave rise to much discussion 2 months ago was actually you. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, then he recalled the purpose of coming to Alcade Peak this time and hurriedly asked. Elder Bai, I went to the cultivation place little Fei and Xiao Fei were at, but I noticed they weren't there. Fei is staying at my place, but she's currently in closed-door cultivation. As for that little girl, Kerr, she's currently in the Alcade Hall on Dubhe Peak. Elder Bai said with a smile. Alcade Hall? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Alcade Hall is the cultivation place of our Alcade Peak's master, and it's located above the spirit point of Dubhe Peak. That place is also the best cultivation place in our 7-star sword sect. The cultivation grounds of the other peak leaders were located there too. Elder Bai slowly explained. Just like the peak master of your Migra's Peak, he also has a Migra's Hall there. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding and nodded. As for the best place to cultivate, Duan Lingtian did not comment. The cultivation environment of that so-called spirit cave couldn't possibly compare to the stalactite cave he was currently living in. How is Kerr? Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai and asked with concern. Don't worry, the peak master is extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Kerr. There's one thing that you're right about. 1 month ago, Kerr broke through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As Elder Bai spoke up to hear, she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Elder Bai, little Fei ought to be about to break through, right? Yes. Elder Bai's face revealed a gratified smile, and she was more and more satisfied with that disciple of hers. Chapter 293. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon arrived as scheduled. The vast platform where the life and death arena was located was completely silent. Tang Bai hasn't come yet? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. His gaze landed outside the vast platform, but he didn't find any trace of Tang Bai. It's already noon, and Tang Bai hasn't come yet. He probably doesn't dare to come. I guessed right. Tang Bai is scared. Duan Lingtian just killed Xiao Ying of Fekta Peak yesterday. Xiao Ying's strength is not weaker than Tang Bai's, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Humph. Yesterday, he was still showing off in front of the Duan Lingtian, saying that the Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to come. Now, he's the one who doesn't dare to come. It's like slapping your own face. How embarrassing. A commotion broke out around the life and death ring. There are also female disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed around the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were many female outer court disciples amongst the surrounding crowd, and all of them were disciples of Arcade Peak. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. Looks like the people from the other peaks have come to Migra's peak to watch the show. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After waiting for a while, Tang Bai still didn't appear. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and didn't wait any longer. He directly jumped off the life and death arena and left. He was not surprised that Tang Bai did not come. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, it meant that one would not rest until one was dead. Tang Bai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tang Bai had agreed to fight him in the arena of life and death yesterday because he was confident in himself. He felt that he could snatch the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll from his hands. Now that the matter of him killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, had spread out, Tang Bai refrained from taking action for fear of breaking the vases and didn't dare come, and this was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian's emotions did not fluctuate much. From the beginning, he did not take Tang Bai seriously. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also knew that. After the incident today, Tang Bai was bound to have a notorious reputation that spread far and wide, and he would be despised by all the 7-star sword sect disciples. A person who agreed to a battle of life and death, but didn't dare to show up was undoubtedly a coward. Such a person wouldn't have great achievements in the martial way. When Duan Lingtian left, he could hear the discussions behind him. Undoubtedly, they were denouncing Tang Bai. In the spacious canyon, the scorching sun shone down, making everything in the canyon seem to be covered in a layer of gold. Elder Zhao Lin, you didn't tell me that he could even kill a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. A young man of about 25 years old with delicate features had an extremely ugly expression. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and said in a deep voice. He knew that after today, he would no longer have any reputation in the 7-star sword sect. He was destined to become the object of disdain by everyone. This made him feel both sullen and resentful. All of this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Tang Bai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, intentionally wanted to harm you? Zhao Lin's face sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes that were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he was caught off guard by what had happened yesterday. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to kill a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist now, why would he need to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate. Cultivate. The hot blood within Duan Lingtian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy within his body started to violently roil as well. His cultivation was increasing at an extremely swift speed. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he believed that his cultivation would be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage before long. Migres Peak, within the gorge that was filled with light. What? He's appeared? Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple that hastily entered. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin, he returned from Dubhe Peak. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you're able to find out where he cultivates, I'll bestow you 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Migres Peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. 10,000 gold? The Migres Peak disciple couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. It's because of your 10,000 gold that you almost caused me to lose my life. Luckily that Duan Lingtian didn't pursue the matter, otherwise, would have been killed by you. However, this Migres Peak disciple had a calm expression on the surface, and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well. But, I'm utterly unable to keep up with him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't find it strange. As far as he was concerned, even he had once been left behind when following Duan Lingtian, let alone this 3rd-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Migres Peak? Zhao Lin asked to confirm further. I'm sure. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded and said with certainty. Continue watching him for me. If he leaves Migres Peak at any time, report to me right away. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then with a raise of his hand, he passed a 1,000 gold bill to the Migres Peak disciple. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lin. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly expressed his thanks, and didn't dare mention a single word about Duan Lingtian stopping him. Because he knew that once he mentioned it, not only would he offend Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't even be able to obtain this gold bill. Do things properly for me in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded and waved his hand. You can go. Yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly left, then secretly wiped off his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 great clans in Black Bamboo City, and they kept each other in check, controlling 1/3 of the businesses in Black Bamboo City. As for the other 2/3 of the businesses, it was instead controlled in the hands of the 7-Star Sword sect. The Shi clan was one of the 2 great clans in Black Bamboo City. Outside the Shi clan estate, a figure that was like the wind flashed over swiftly, desiring to charge into the Shi clan estate. Who is it? The faces of the 2 guards at the Shi clan estate's entrance went grim, and they hurriedly stopped the figure. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs sounded out as the 2 guards were kicked flying, and they collided with the entrance. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the face of the young man that stood at the entrance with a cold expression, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished without a trace, and replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The 2 guards bowed and called out respectfully. Both of you are rather competent, even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were warped and savage, and his pair of triangular eyes emitted traces of a gloomy aura. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. When he arrived at Elder Bai's residence once more, Duan Lingtian saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd seen this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciple test. He saw the young woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she followed behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be Elder Bai's disciple, called Zhuaqing. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Zhuaqing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the young woman. The young woman was Little Fei's senior sister, so she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duan Lingtian. Zhuaqing saw Duan Lingtian and a smile appeared on her face. You're here to look for junior sister, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. I'll go call her out. Zhuo Qing turned around and left. After a short while, when she returned once more, there was an additional young woman with a peerlessly beautiful appearance that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful. The young woman had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing one to be unable to refrain from indulging in flights of fancy with a single glance, and have a desire to pounce on her and ravage her. Scoundrel! When the young woman saw Duan Lingtian, her watery autumn eyes lit up as she pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and a stretch of softness entered into his embrace. He lightly smiled as he embraced the young woman that pounced over. Little Fei, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 months, Li Fei lightly nodded, then buried her head in Duan Lingtian's strong chest, unwilling to raise it up for a long time. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's jade back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. When Zhuo Qing saw this scene, she glanced enviously at Li Ro before turning around and leaving. She knew. At this moment, only belonged to this pair of lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister. In this lifetime of a woman, to be able to find a man like Duan Lingtian, her life was not in vain. For a moment, the entire spacious canyon was only left with Duan Lingtian and Li Fei quietly embracing each other. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duan Lingtian's mouth pressed against Li Fei's earlobe as he gently exhaled. Li Fei's delicate body trembled, as if she had realized something, and lightly shook her head. Master has something to do, so she went out. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his lower abdomen heated up. While panting heavily, he reached out his hand to carry Li Fei by the waist, and directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei lived in. The young man and woman who hadn't touched each other for a long time took each other to their heart's content. After the ruckus stopped, Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei, who leaned on his shoulder with a satisfied expression. Little Fei, when I came last time, Elder Bai said that you were at the juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through. Li Fei's face was filled with happiness, and her angelic face was completely rosy as she lightly nodded. Yes, I broke through. Have you seen Kerr recently? Duan Lingtian recalled that delicate and pitiful girl who had always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Kerr went on a long journey with the Peak Master a few days ago. She came to look for me, and I went to Migres Peak with her, but no Migres Peak disciple knew where you lived. So, she left with disappointment in her heart. Li Fei extended her jade hand, her jade fingers placed on Duan Lingtian's chest, and lightly rotated. Duan Lingtian nodded. Kerr had the protection of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak by her side, so he wasn't worried about Kerr's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhongbing, amongst the outer court disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect 3 months ago, besides him, are there any other existences around the age of 20 that have stepped into the 4th level of the origin core stage or above? Sure Hao wanted to confirm it a step further. Never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-star sword sect can already be considered lucky to be able to receive such a genius martial artist. A genius martial artist like this isn't a cabbage that's sold in the market. Zhongbing shook his head, and felt that Sure Hao was indulging in wild fantasies. Elder Zhongbing, what's the name of this Migres Peak outer court disciple? Sure Hao looked at Zhongbing and asked. Duan Lingtian, said Zhongbing. When he heard this name for the first time, he deeply remembered it in his heart. Only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhongbing. Sure Hao nodded to Zhongbing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Why do I feel that something is slightly strange when Shi Hao returned from training this time? Zhong Bing frowned as he looked at Shi Hao's disappearing figure. It's him. It's surely him. On the chain bridge, Shi Hao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duan Lingtian. You actually dared cripple my sister's Dantian, I won't let you off. You're dead for sure. Under Shi Hao's extreme rage, his warped and savage face was completely tangled together, causing some of the Alioth Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from the depths of their hearts with just a glance, and they had a feeling of shuddering. Sure. Senior brother Shi Hao. When they greeted Shi Hao now, their voices were terrified to the point of trembling. Shi Hao didn't stop when he arrived at Dubhe Peak, and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed towards Migres Peak. He wanted to go to Migres Peak and drag out the person that crippled his sister's Dantian. He wanted to take revenge. Take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duan Lingtian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Migres Peak was in an uproar. Alioth Peak's outer court disciple, Shi Hao, the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, threatened to enter the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian to the death. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of all this. However, on Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian hadn't been seen for many days, and even more people thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of Shi Hao, so he didn't dare show himself. Actually, it's normal for Duan Lingtian to be afraid. Senior brother Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, and practically no outer court disciples are able to go against him. You're right. Chapter 300. Is he very famous? Duan Lingtian saw He Chun making a fuss about nothing, and his face was filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. Shi Hao? Wait. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. But I'm unable to recall it for a moment. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duan Lingtian really hadn't heard of Shi Hao, and he couldn't help but explain. Shi Hao is the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the outer court of our 7-star sword sect. There's practically no one amongst the outer court disciples that's a match for him. #1 disciple in the outer court? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He finally remembered. He remembered that Shi Yan, who had her Dantian crippled by him, had once made a fuss before him, saying she had a brother who was the #1 disciple in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was in existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had reminded him to be careful of Shi Yan's brother, Shi Hao. So it turned out that the person He Chun spoke of that wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him was precisely that Shi Hao. Shi Yan's brother. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression that ceaselessly changed, He Chun thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and he hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian, if you don't have any other urgent matters, continue hiding. It probably won't be long before that Shi Hao finds out about the news of you appearing here. At that time, he'll surely come look for you at the first possible moment. Then let him come look for me. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression, then he looked at He Chun and lightly smiled as he asked. He Chun, Huli ought to have returned home, right? Yes. He Chun had a bitter smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He asked me to tell you that he'll let you see a completely new him in the future. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is in Clarity City. Duan Lingtian nodded and remembered it in his heart. He felt happy for Huli that Huli was able to be so cheerful. At least, Huli didn't sink into the shadows of the past. Duan Lingtian, I think you should hide for a while. When Hechuan thought of Shi Hao, he felt his scalp go numb. In his opinion, Shi Hao was too powerful, far beyond what the current Duan Lingtian could contend against. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. There are some things that you have to face. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile. Hechuan fell silent. That's right, Hechuan, when will the outer court martial competition begin? Also, what do I need to do if I want to participate? Hechuan happened to be there as well, so Duan Lingtian asked. The reason he left the stalactite cave this time was precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he also wanted to obtain first place. This was his promise to power of who? A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're a Migres Peak disciple, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, the people that want to participate can all gather at the Migres platform and receive a number plate to carry out the elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10 people. Hechuan said to Duan Lingtian. But, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, and there aren't any restrictions like the past. This time, there will be many 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples participating. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd already found out about this from Li Fei earlier, so he was mentally prepared. People that displayed outstanding performance in the second round of the outer court martial competition would be able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was also the reason why all the outer court disciples flocked to the outer court martial competition like a flock of ducks. Whoosh! At the peak of Migres Peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. Where's the Migres platform? The person that came down from the peak was precisely Duan Lingtian. Follow them. Duan Lingtian, who didn't know where the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition was, merged into the stream of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak. Instantly, some of the nearby Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually still dare to appear. Could it be that you're not afraid of senior brother Shihao? Yeah, Duan Lingtian, if senior brother Shihao knew that you'd appeared, he would surely not let you off. Waves of similar words sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled towards this, and paid no attention to it, then his figure flashed out like the wind, following the stream of people to flash down the mountain. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian passed by the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continuing down. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he looked at the Migres platform that occupied an area that far surpassed the platform the life and death arena was on. This Migres platform is rather large. The Migres platform was extremely large, and there stood 10 spacious stone platforms. Every single one of these stone platforms wasn't smaller than the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian guessed that these stone platforms ought to be the combat rings used to carry out the elimination battles in the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Migres platform. These outer court disciples were all in high spirits, rubbing their fists and palms together, and all of them wanted to become the last 10 people to advance today. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. Presently, Duan Lingtian could absolutely be considered to be a celebrity on Migres Peak. However, amongst the people that looked at Duan Lingtian now, there were some people that had gloating mixed within their eyes. This Duan Lingtian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he'll surely encounter senior brother Shihao in the end. With senior brother Shihao's hatred towards him, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. If I was him, I would surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate. Come out when he breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take too much time. At that time, senior brother Shihao might not be able to do anything to him. I really wonder what's going on in his head. Duan Lingtian could vaguely hear the whispers of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, but he didn't pay attention to it. hide. If he did that, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw He Chun had arrived as well, but he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He Chun's mouth, and he frowned. He Chun, who injured you? It was sure how. It's nothing serious, only a superficial injury. He Chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Sure how? Duan Lingtian frowned, and felt it was slightly strange. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you drawing your sword? The surrounding crowd of spectators were bewildered when they saw the sword strike in the young man's hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a sword light that was swift to the extreme instantly moved to intercept the young man's sword strike that had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist and relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute this sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword strike was inferior to his opponent's strength by the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think that Duan Lingtian would be able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had once used this strength to kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Finally. Clang! The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the young man's grade 7 spirit sword that had transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended down. The two terrifying forces collided together, causing the air to shake. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. When the young man's sword descended, he felt that Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to be far inferior to his strength, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. I'm going to defeat Duan Lingtian. He was excited in his heart. But in next to no time, the smile on his face completely froze. Because he noticed that a terrifying trembling force suddenly gushed out from Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword. The frequency of this force's trembling became faster and faster. Let go. An explosive shout sounded out by his ears, and it caused the young man who was hesitating about whether he should let go, and the web between his thumb and index finger split open, didn't dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go. After Duan Lingtian warned the young man, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook and flicked the young man's grade 7 spirit sword away, and it fell to the ground with a clang. If the young man didn't let go, the young man's bones would absolutely be shattered by his quake energy. Whoosh! The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was trembling with a terrifying frequency that was difficult to detect was restrained, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The outcome had already been decided. The young man stood on the spot. The web between his thumb and index finger of the hand that held the sword had split open and was dripping with fresh blood, but he seemed to not have the slightest reaction. Cold sweat ceaselessly emerged from his forehead. Chapter 305. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Zhuqing, seeming to not mind in the slightest that Li Fei had caught up to him in terms of cultivation. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, I'm still unable to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seeming to be slightly regretful and disappointed. Zhuqing shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is rather special. No one had expected that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would change the rules at the last minute. If the rules weren't changed, then with your current cultivation, you would surely be able to advance and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Zhuqing glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she was saying to Duan Lingtian, all of this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition wouldn't have changed the rules at the last minute. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. This was something that even he had never expected beforehand. Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to work hard. It's best if you take first place. Li Fei quickly recovered and cheered for Duan Lingtian and Zhuqing, her beautiful face slightly flushed, causing others to have the impulse to be unable to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come to participate in the outer court martial competition this time precisely for the sake of taking first place. Junior sister. Zhuqing instead shook her head and smiled. How could it be so easy? So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I don't have any confidence in that Alioth Peak Shihao. Shihao? Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned. Why does this name feel slightly familiar? Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zhuqing looking over with a strange expression, then said to Li Fei, this Shihao is the older brother of the number 1 disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of. Shi Yan's older brother? Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she thought of Shi Yan, as she didn't have the slightest good impression of that woman with a warped appearance and a warped mentality. I heard Shihao went to Migra's Peak to look for you. Zhuqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Senior sister, you're really well informed. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised that Zhuqing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this matter recently. Moreover, besides the Migra's Peak disciples, there seemed to not be many people that knew about this matter. After all, he was a Migra's Peak disciple no matter what. In the eyes of the Migra's Peak disciples, he didn't dare make an appearance because he was afraid of Shihao. As the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. On this matter, the Migra's Peak disciples had all reached a tacit understanding, and they didn't publicize it wantonly. Scoundrel, did Shihao look for you? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Shihao had gone to look for Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's face was filled with anxiety. Her pair of clear eyes focused as she sized up the Duan Lingtian from head to toe, as if she wanted to carefully observe whether the Duan Lingtian was injured or not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled towards his concern for Li Fei. Little Fei, you're still worried that I'll suffer a loss under Shihao? Li Fei returned to her senses when facing Duan Lingtian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many things to rely on, not to mention the 2 nascent soul-stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscriptions in her man's possession was sufficient to allow him to stand in an invincible position in the competition with Shihao. Li Fei nodded with a smile, and the worry on her face vanished without a trace. Chapter 306. When faced with Hu Shuefeng's courteous greeting, Li Fei instead paid no attention to it, as if she utterly didn't hear it. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it. His gaze moved on to Duan Lingtian, and traces of frightening coldness were mixed within the depths of his eyes. Junior brother, how do I address you? Little Fei, let's go over. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand as he walked with large strides towards the balcony, and from the beginning until the end, he utterly didn't look Hu Shuefeng in the eye. Yes. When he saw Li Fei meekly nodding her head, she leaned on Duan Lingtian's robust shoulder like a little bird and walked into the balcony. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face completely froze. When Zhuo Qing saw Hu Shuefeng's slightly grim expression, the ice on her face seemed to have instantly melted, and she said with a smile, "Hu Shuefeng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He's called Duan Lingtian." After she finished speaking, Zhuo Qing followed Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Duan Lingtian? These three words were like a thunderclap that sounded out by Hu Shuefeng's ears. He's Duan Lingtian? Hu Shuefeng's gaze focused to descend onto Duan Lingtian's back, and it flickered with a dense sheen. An outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to disregard me? Does he really think that he can run wild without fear just because he killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple? After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes as they walked over in large strides. This middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was also the only person amongst everyone present that didn't wear the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes had a firm expression, a dignified expression was revealed between his brows, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as if they could see through everything. Peak Master. The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in unison, and they respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Mizar Peak's Peak Master. When the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes appeared, Duan Lingtian had already guessed his identity. As it turned out, he was right. Senior sister, he's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jingfan? Li Fei asked Zhuo Qing. Yes. Zhuo Qing nodded. Senior brother Shihao is here too. A low cry broke the short silence of the Mizar platform. Everyone looked over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures were walking side by side. It was a young man with a twisted and ferocious face and a pair of triangular eyes. A middle-aged man with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The one beside senior brother Shihao seems to be the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin? That's right, it's Elder Zhao Lin. Many people recognized the person beside Shihao. Zhao Lin? Seeing Zhao Lin here, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. In his opinion, this Zhao Lin was definitely up to no good by mixing with Shihao. He's Shihao? He's simply as if he was carved out from the same mold as Shi Yan. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Peak Master. After Shihao and Zhao Lin arrived, they both bowed to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jingfan. Jingfan lightly smiled as he nodded to Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I never imagined that you would be so interested in the second round of the outer court martial competition, to actually come personally. Peak Master, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the past. I naturally have to come and broaden my horizons. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile, and he seemed to be implying something. Looks like you already know. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths. 3 months ago, not long after he killed Xiaoying, he'd already grasped it. At that time, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, and exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy had increased along with it, and its scope of effect had increased to the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But, all of this was history. Now, after cultivating for another 3 months, with the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Lingtian obtained after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. At the same time, he'd grasped the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist, the strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy had increased once again. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of the opponent Duan Lingtian faced didn't exceed the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy would be able to easily destroy his opponent. Now, Duan Lingtian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. It was precisely because he wanted to give others a false impression, making others think that he was only an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, through the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword and relying on the quake energy, it was already sufficient to deal with Shihao. There was no need to expose his entire strength. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. 6th level of the origin core stage. Shihao was shocked by the cultivation Duan Lingtian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist seriously. But the 6th level origin core stage martial artist that stood before him now was a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit that this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was indeed shocking. Even throughout the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never imagined that I, Shihao, would actually have the chance to kill a genius martial artist that possesses such monstrous natural talent in my lifetime. Shihao's heart was filled with excitement. This Shihao, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that besides hatred, the gaze Shihao shot at him faintly contained a trace of excitement. He was able to guess Shihao's thoughts. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Does this Shihao really think I'm meat on the chopping block? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He lightly shook it as origin energy flashed and raged. Whoosh! To the side of the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Ha! Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that you can go against me with just this little bit of strength, right? I'm extremely curious if you'll be able to create another miracle like 3 months ago. Shihao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth that lightly curled into a ridiculing smile. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian defeating a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. Chapter 315. Who are you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard what the young girl said. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss, suddenly, a wave of familiar sounds entered into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian's body to slightly tremble, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was white like jade, and he could see two little heads sticking out. These were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black with complicated golden markings on its body, and on its head was a golden horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white with silver markings on its body, and the horn on its head was silver in color. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's mind surged, and he was unable to calm the restless feelings in his heart. These two little fellows had finally returned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content and licked Duan Lingtian's face, causing Duan Lingtian to only feel a wave of itchiness come from his face. It's good that you've returned, it's good that you've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Although he'd always been thinking, when the two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But when it really came to the moment they returned, his feelings were completely replaced by joy, and he was utterly unwilling to teach the two little fellows a lesson. After grabbing the two little fellows and holding them in his hand, Duan Lingtian sized them up from top to bottom, and his face revealed a light smile. Although you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, you're obviously not far away. Looks like you two had a fortuitous encounter in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only improve natural talent and not cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern with a single glance. The cultivations of these two little fellows had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, he was much stronger. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that these two little fellows must have had a fortuitous encounter in these 5 months. The two auras that he had sensed just now belonged to them. Hiss, hiss, the two little fellows raised their little heads and shook them at Duan Lingtian. Their golden eyes and silver eyes shone with a proud luster. I know you guys are amazing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, little black, little white. Have you been in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss, hiss, at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So your names are Little Black and Little White. No wonder you don't like the names I gave you. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel refreshed. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he'd actually overlooked the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Lingtian re-examined the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly spun and faintly contained a trace of craftiness mixed within, giving others a mischievous feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and tender, revealing a rosy glow within the whiteness, causing her to be even more beautiful and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Her body even emitted a strand of faint spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a faint fragrance mixed within.